popular hero there. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. There are teams that have competed and they always take out the Fanny. It's such like what you said. It's a difficult time to deal with the Fanny, especially when the player is so skilled at using it. And finally, the final ban for Cambodia. I love this last ban. Actually, it's one of my favorite mage heroes, the Sicilian. That is a menace to deal with actually when it comes to the late game. I mean,
Yeah,
the stack,
actually,
you can't really control its stacks. Just keep
yes.
stacking, right?
It's like it's like an assurance that in the late game you will win if you have the Sicilian. Actually, as a tank player myself, I love it when my mid laner is a Sicilian. Cause the plays don't rely on my skills solely. So I love the Sicilian pick. I love the Sicilian ban right here. And we see one of the new and upcoming XP laners of the
Yeah,
current meta. Glue is now banned.
it's very OP in the patch right now. The glue, I feel it's actually going to be nerfed in the next patch due to how popular it is, due to how well it has performed. It's actually one of the bans in the mythic tier, 400 points and higher if you do check out the MLBB site. And right now, with that being said, Cambodia, they can open up with maybe a Matilda. They love the Matilda. They can go with the Matilda first. There's a lot open here. Paquito as well. They can start out with that. Since Valentina is out, they can perhaps go the route of Eve. Maybe they could go with that. I don't know. It depends. With
Oh, they went with
what?
Eve.
Yeah. Okay. See, I'm right. I'm right. It's the Eve. Since Valentina is out, that is the next best option. And I feel like if Myanmar wants to respond to Cambodia, they could go with the Farsa pick. These two heroes, these two mage heroes have been nerfed, but they're still very much viable right now in the meta. And like what I mentioned earlier, the Matilda and Paquito could have been the first pick for Cambodia. Myanmar just answers it out brilliantly. They take the Matilda, they take the Paquito. And mind you, this Paquito, most of the time it goes to the jungle, but it can also be a flex pick. It can go to the EXP lane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I like the Paquito pick here, one of the most agile players in the current meta right now, partnered with Matilda, the Matilda Airlines. Matilda's ult is a very good ult when it comes to clashes, when it comes to turning things around. So I like this combination of Matilda and Paquito. And we see here on the side of Cambodia picking Rafaela, one of the best supports here in the current meta, along with Esmeralda.
Yeah, the sustain that Cambodia has, it's already there. The Esmeralda, the Rafaela, and not to mention, I love this Esmeralda pick. There's a lot of shields from the side of Myanmar, the Paquito as well as the Esmeralda. So I love how Cambodia was able to answer to that. But Myanmar is just answering out with a Lilia in their mid lane. So I like this Lilia. For the longest time, you haven't seen it in the meta, but it has been returning. It's also called the early game queen. So I'm looking forward to see this as well. It can go head to head with the Eve actually, and not to mention that there's a melee hero here, the Esmeralda. But here we go into the final bans for Cambodia and Myanmar. They still don't have a side laner here for the side of Cambodia. Maybe they can take out a gold laner, maybe a Clint, Brody, Nathan, Beatrix is actually still
Beatrix is
open.
actually
Yeah.
open, yeah.
Yeah, they still don't have a jungler as well. So it depends on what they want to take out. They're limiting out the gold laners, the Brody here for Myanmar. Cambodia, if we take a look at the lineup of Myanmar, they already have a pos 4, pos 5. So the mid laner is already secured. They have the flex pick of the Paquito, which most likely will go to the jungle. So they need to take out the side laners here. The Blue's already out. Maybe they can take out someone like the Edith, the Yuzong. Yeah, Yuzong's already out. Edith's still viable for the side lane here for the side of Myanmar. They can take it, not unless Cambodia will ban for their final ban. All right, so let's wait. It seems like Myanmar is more on targeting the gold laner, so the Brody. Maybe this time they can also take out the Clint and Beatrix. It's actually still open here for Cambodia if they want to go that route. Beatrix, it has been nerfed, but has been adjusted as well for the late game stages. So I feel like it's still very much viable. But Myanmar, evening it out, taking out the gold laner as well as a possible jumper here for Cambodia. That's a lot of assassins already taken out. So the Uranus also, Cambodia target bans to the EXP lane. So right now, what's left? I feel like an Edith would be good here. An Edith would be good up against an Esmeralda if they want to go that route. Or maybe even along the lines of Tamas. We haven't seen that up against an Esmeralda. Maybe even a Lapu Lapu would be good, actually. A Lapu Lapu would be good. I mean, you have to take control of this Eve. They also have someone to do the dives like the Esmeralda. So I feel like a Lapu Lapu would be a great last choice here for Myanmar. But for Cambodia, they don't have a jungler, they don't have a gold laner, someone that can go head to head with a Split, perhaps a Beatrix, and maybe just maybe they can go for a sustainable jungler as well. Not the Barats because they have a Lilia, but yeah, Beatrix. Beatrix is a
Beatrix
good
will
pick.
be taken here by Team Cambodia. So who do you think will be the last pick, the jungler for the side of Cambodia?
Mhm. Jungler for Cambodia, I'm not so sure since there's a lot of assassins already taken out here. The Lancelot, Annie, and the
Oh,
Hayabusa.
the
So what's up?
Barats.
Yeah, like what I mentioned, Barrett, surprisingly, but I feel like this Barretts is a great answer to the Paquito, but it will have a hard time dealing with the Lilia and the Matildas. That's what I
Mhm.
can say. All right, so final pick here for Myanmar. They still need a side lane. I think a Hylos would, yeah, a Hylos actually would be good up against an Esmeralda. Feel like they should lock this in. I mean, up against this Esmeralda, it would do really well. They still need someone who can actually front aside from the Matilda. So if they lock this in, this would be a very solid pick coming in from Myanmar.
Yeah, I
So
actually like the Hylos pick here since partnering it up with the Matilda, they have a lot of ways to engage and disengage in clashes with the Glorious Pathway and of course the ult of Matilda. Good picks on the side of Myanmar as well as Cambodia. So far, I'm leaning towards the picks of Myanmar. I think these are
mhm,
conventional picks, I believe. It's rare that we see the Lilia in the mid lane, but in the current meta, we're currently seeing a lot of Lilias being used in the mid lane right now. And
mhm.
for Cambodia, what do you think?
For Cambodia, I feel like they have that traditional setup of like someone dishing damage from the back lines and someone also dealing damage in the front line. So the front to back composition is really good for Cambodia. And as for Myanmar, I feel like they also have an answer to what Cambodia is showing them. So I feel like it's going to be a very even ball game. It's meta, not so much into the surprise picks. It's working so well so far. I mean, if you're comfortable with those heroes, then go ahead, just keep using them and make them. And by the way, this is the very first game for today. Cambodia and Myanmar opening up the Razer C Invitational. But once again, England, any thoughts as a tank main? What do you think about our tankers so far? The Matilda, and for the side of Cambodia, it's going to be the Rafael. So it's more of the support
Mhm.
tanks. What do you think about that?
Uh, I actually like these support tanks compared to the conventional setter tanks. Why? Because they don't just rely on the sets. They actually boost the attributes of these heroes. They
Mhm.
actually give them speed boost. They actually give them heals. So I like how supports are now being used as tanks. And of course, one of the key strategies here for both teams is actually to take out their gold lane, as both teams will rely on their marksman. On the side of Cambodia, they have, I believe, Beatrix, and on the side of
Yeah.
Myanmar, do they have the Clint. So one of the key strategies here is taking out the gold lane and protecting their own gold lane.
All right. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the very first game for the Fraser Invitational Southeast Asia. This is between Cambodia and Myanmar. Who do you think will take this in the bag? Will it be Cambodia? Will it be Myanmar? We welcome you to the land of dawn. This is the very first, the opening game of these two teams, or these two countries rather. And
So
taking a look at our lanes, Ingan, I feel like in the mid lane, it's definitely going to favor the side of Myanmar. They have a Matilda, they have a Lilia as well. So this is a lot of mobility. But when you
mhm.
look at the side lanes, it's a pretty much an even ball game. I mean, Hylos, Esmeralda, and the Beatrix and Clint, when it comes to the pokes, these are heroes that are very even when it comes to their skill sets, their poke mechanisms. So yeah.
Yeah, on the side of the mid lane, I actually prefer the Paquito over the Barrets, as the Paquito can farm faster than the Barrets and also rotate faster than the Barrets. But the sustainability of this Barrets will help him keep in check during clashes right now, as we can see Matilda already being aggressive on that Barrett, and we have a technical pause. So, BK, who do you think will win between Cambodia versus Myanmar?
I feel like with a draft like this, Cambodia and Myanmar, it's so even out. Like, I mean, they have an answer to all the heroes that each country is bringing out. So for me, it's a matter of execution. And especially, I feel like this is the type of game that will stretch out to like the mid to late game. So I feel like it'll be a very even ball game. It's just gonna matter with the communications, how the players will play it out. So it really boils down to that. I mean, it just goes to show like the technical skills of the players. That depends if they want to go for a split push, they want to go for the clashes. But I feel like with the composition of Cambodia and Myanmar, they will definitely go for the clashes. They have the eve to their advantage, and that's something I feel like Cambodia should consider when it comes to the clashes. They should utilize this eve to its fullest potential.
Yeah, and I believe also on the side of Myanmar, I'll be expecting them to initiate a lot of clashes as they have that Matilda, and of course that Hylos with a glorious pathway. So I'll be expecting Myanmar to be very aggressive in today's game.
Yep, and the early stages of the game, as much as possible, you want to keep poking at the person who you're up against, right? Let's say it depends. Even if you're in the EXP lane, the gold lane, and in the mid lane, you want to keep poking at your enemy just so they go back to the base, so that they will have like so that you will actually have that sort of advantage when it comes to the laning phases. Just like how the Clit is poking here at our Beatrix from the side of Cambodia. If the more you poke at your lane, they will be forced to go back. And that's one minion wave that they'll actually miss out. So that's sort of an advantage for you. But right now we can see the rotations that Myanmar is actually having. It's quite aggressive. Pakito is already here in the blue side of Cambodia. So possible gank here. But you know what? You're going up against a Baron. It's not going to be easy to take this hero down. I mean, they're already here. The damage is here. Here comes the Detona's welcome. Here comes the stun from our Hylos. There's still no glorious pathway here as our turtle is up for the grabs for these two teams. They want to get this early game advantage. They want to get this turtle. They need to get this. Both Cambodia and Myanmar, they're actually waiting. Who will be able to take this? Here comes the real world manipulation. Turtle will be taken in by Myanmar, but first casualty goes to Myanmar. 2-0 right now. There will still be more. They will be chasing down our Esmeralda. Finally, as for Cambodia, 1 kill, 4-for-1 exchange in favor of Myanmar.
Yes, 4-for-1 exchange, and they also got the turtle. Paquito was able to get that level 1 turtle, giving him a huge buff. And I actually like how Hylos was able to zone Barats and the rest of the members of Cambodia, as they were able to actually contain them in that position in the jungle. That's why they were able to have that beautiful clash on the side of Myanmar and also getting that turtle.
Yep, the turtle goes to Myanmar. That's something that they have to their advantage. So right now, in terms of the gold lead, it's going to go to Myanmar. That's a 2K gold lead. And in terms of their side lanes, it seems like it's Cambodia with the upper hand. But here comes Matilda. They want to go in tower, but the problem here is they really want to get this gold laner, want to make Beatrix win her lane. Here comes the Detona's welcome.
4-man rotation on the side of Cambodia, but they won't do any more damage as Barrett's forced to disengage with that burst coming from that Lilia. What an amazing re-engagement on the side of Myanmar. They saw that there was a 4-man rotation on the bot lane, and they immediately rotated there, stopping the counter push. And we see Matilda going right after that. Beatrix disengages right now, and Paquito continues to jungle.
Yep, nice possible engage coming in from the Matilda, the guiding wind, as well as the circling eagle. But unfortunately enough, there was a tower there. And if you don't want to go up against a tower this early of a game, 4-minute mark, Dengan, as we see the gold lead still leaning towards Myanmar. They have been winning their clashes so far. Right now, the Tona's welcome onto our high circling eagle as well, Ingan. But it seems like our Barretts is in a dangerous position. The bombs from Lilia already on a killing spree right now for Myanmar. 3-0-0 for our Lilia. As the jungler is down for Cambodia, they should be able to take this turtle without any contest from Cambodia.
Free turtle on the side of Myanmar, courtesy of that Lilia bursting out that Barrett's in the process. Now we will see a mid lane rotation here as Hylos continues to poke that Esmeralda. Falling Star Moon on that Hylos. Hylos will not back down against that Esmeralda. Oh, do you see that taunt on the side of that Hylos, taunting that Esmeralda in the top lane?
Yeah, it was an almost kill. And in the drafting phase, I did say that, who can go up against an Esmeralda? They took out so many heroes, Reynas, Yuzong as well, but I completely forgot about the Hylos. This
Hylos,
is,
yes,
yeah,
exactly.
it is doing very well, but it seems like Esmeralda is getting the upper hand. So Cambodia and Myanmar, we can expect a lot of rotations coming in here from our gold lane. You want your gold lane to win. Here comes the certain heal
Eagle,
from our
oh
Matilda.
that Matilda, oh my god, Beatrix will go down in the hands of
Yeah.
Paquito as well. As Matilda will go down, a 2-for-none trade as Barretts will continue his attack on Paquito. Lilia going right after that Barretts. Paquito will kill that Barretts in the process. 3-for-none clash here on the side of Myanmar, as I believe they will try to take down this tier 1 tower in the bot lane. Nope, disengages. What a good clash on the side of Myanmar. A very, very good rotation, BK.
Yep. You know what, Ingan? The problem here for Cambodia is I said the Barretts could deal with the Paquito, could also deal with the Hylos, but the main problem here is that Myanmar has this Lilia. So the bombs,
Yes.
the slows that it has, I believe it has a nice Queen Wand right now. So it's going to be very difficult for the Barretts to engage. And Cambodia, it seems like our Barretts is always engaging by himself. And every time he does, it doesn't seem to favor Cambodia. It's just Myanmar
Matilda.
responds so fast.
Hylos with a glorious pathway trying to take down that Rafaela. Rafaela will go down as well as the Barretts will be killed by the Paquito. 3-for-none trade again on the side of Myanmar. What a good counter rotation on the side of this Myanmar. I love how aggressive this Matilda is actually on the first clash. She started off with a circling eagle on that Beatrix, taking down that Beatrix, then resulted to focusing their attack on the Barretts as Matilda will then again cast her circle eagle on that, who's this? Eve.
Yep. You know what? Myanmar, every time they have an engage, it's so clean. They take out like 4 members from Cambodia, and right now they're looking to take the turtle. I feel like this is going to be another free turtle for Myanmar. Cambodia is doing their best to contest, but it's still Myanmar who will be able to take the turtle. And right now there might be another casualty for Cambodia. They can go under the tower. They have the Matilda's advantage. And right now, taking a look at our towers, 2 down for the side of Myanmar. As for Cambodia, they only took down 1 tower. They're having a difficult time when it comes to the clashes, and at the same time, they're just responding to what Myanmar is showing them. They're not more on the initiator types. They're more on the more of the responsive types. It's just not. It's not nice to have a situation like this wherein you're just reacting to what your opponents are showing you, and just like that, Myanmar takes in more towers. 11-2 is our score. As we take a look at our gold lead, it's a 4K gold lead over Cambodia. Still no answer from Cambodia. They do have 2 kills, but I mean they aren't converting it to any tower takes.
The team composition of Myanmar showing that they are at a disadvantage, as you can see, because Matilda can use that circling eagle to initiate engagements, as well as that Hylos with that glorious pathway, or they could use that glorious pathway to disengage. And we also have that Lilia ult where she can regen her life. So right now, I love this team composition on the side of Myanmar. Cambodia is actually playing Myanmar's rotation, Myanmar's game plan. They are playing at the pace of Myanmar. So credits to the team of Myanmar as they will continue to dictate the pace and the rotation of this game with a 5K gold lead on the side of Myanmar.
They really wanted to go for the sustain, but unfortunately, you can totally do tower dives like that. The Paquito is already on a killing spree, and you know what? If you have a Paquito that already snowballed this far, it's gonna be difficult to come back. Especially taking a look at the composition here of Cambodia, they don't really have much of a late game hero. I mean, the Beatrix is there, but you know what? If you take a look at the Beatrix and the Clit, it is Myanmar just having the upper hand right now. And it seems like they're going to go for this Lord. And mind you, this is not the Luminous Lord. It's the 9-minute mark Lord. Myanmar just wants to finish this early on, as early as the 9-minute mark.
I could also safely say that Cambodia hasn't tasted the full capacity of Myanmar, as they haven't actually had Clint in one of those clashes. So as you can see, Clint continues to pile up that gold lead and will later feel the wrath of that Clint into future clashes.
Yeah. Clashes is what Myanmar wants, but it seems like Cambodia's composition, they aren't utilizing it to its fullest. And maybe it's also because of how aggressive that Myanmar dives. They have the Matilda, they have the Paquito, and just like this, another clash might be popping up. Daytona's welcome. Still no casualties. Black Shoes is their glorious pathway for our Hylos. All right, glorious pathway, but unfortunately, no casualties there. Just our Matilda from the side of Myanmar, but they are still winning the trades here. They also got the Lord, by the way, that's marching on the side. And Cambodia, with the way that they're responding to the clashes that Myanmar is initiating, it's not doing well. They're not doing well rather for Cambodia. They need to step up their game. Maybe perhaps have a miraculous set from the Esmeralda one falling star move. But how can you actually catch the heroes here of Myanmar as they are so mobile? Like what we said earlier in the drafting phase, they have the Matilda. They also have this Hylos, by the way, that can boost up the movement speed here of the heroes of Myanmar.
And the Lord will be taken down on the side of Cambodia. Actually, the first clash in the bottom lane, when before the Lord came, it was actually a good clash on the side of Cambodia. The aggressors were Myanmar, but Cambodia was able to stand their ground and destroy and kill that Matilda on their end. So successful defense on this Lord clash here, as no tier nor inhibitor towers were taken down on the side of Cambodia. But they try to continue to engage here in the bot lane as Hylos continues to engage going right after that Rafaela. Rafaela will continue to heal and give speed boost to his teammates as they will try to get this red buff. Lilia going right after that. Barretts continues to micromanage that. Barretts popping his ult right now, and both teams disengages. And who got the red buff? That was such a messy clash. I didn't see who got the red buff in the bot lane.
Yeah, it was Myanmar. It's still the Pagito who got the all the resources here actually of Cambodia. And every time, like going back to what I said, every time that they have a clash, the biggest problem here is the Lilia for the Barretts. They always seem to take out the Barretts here of Cambodia, their jungler. And taking a look at the items, yes, the damage output is there, the sustain is also there for both of the teams. But why is it that Myanmar is always winning the clashes? It's because they can do the dives. They also have the Matilda that can safely, take them away from that clash.
Yes.
They don't want to be in that clash. That's the biggest problem. I mean, there is a speed boost from Cambodia, but it seems like when it comes to the tankiness, when it comes to the execution, it's just Myanmar executing it perfectly. They know who to target. I mean, right after the Barretts, who's going to tank all the damage? It's the Esmeralda. And who's going to tank all the damage right after that? It's the Rafael. I mean, not so much when you're going up against a Paquito, a Hylos, as well as the Lilia. The burst is already there. Once again, Luminous Lord here, Dengan, and I feel like Myanmar, they will be able to take this really.
Longer contested Lord as Clint takes down that level 2 Lord. And on the side of Myanmar, we have to give credit to that Matilda and Hylos. They are the ones starting and engaging those clashes with those tower dives. And of course, what a good follow-up on the side of that Paquito, Lilia, and Clint.
And right now, as we are waiting for the Luminous Lord, I feel like this is going to be perhaps maybe another clash will break out for both teams. But, that's not something Cambodia wants. They have to take care of the Lord first. But what Myanmar needs to do right now in this 13th minute mark is to push towers. Okay, they are getting the kills, but they need to convert it to tower takes. And right now, full-on aggression for both of our teams. Glorious pathway here, Ingan, for Myanmar, as they will be able to take down the inhibitor tower in the mid side. And right now they're looking to convert to more tower takes. They are looking to take this mid side, but take a look at the damage from the Clint. That is just one basic attack. But fortunately enough for Cambodia, there is that sustain. They were able to get that mid inhibitor tower, so that is good for Myanmar. Perhaps maybe another clash or maybe another Lord will do the trick.
And they will try to refocus their attack on this tier 3 tower as Esmeralda goes right after the frontliners. Falling Star Moon on that Hylos. Barrett was able to get those two, but they were able to escape as Hylos continues to back off. Glorious Pathway using to escape. And now we will see Rafaela falling down in the hands of that Lilia as Esmeralda will go down. Hands of Flint, circling Moon on that Beatrix.
No.
Beatrix will go down. Matilda still going right after that.
It's
Eve
almost
will
wiped out.
4-for-1, no 4-for-none clash on the side of Myanmar as they try to go for this GG push, taking that inhibitor tower in the top lane, pushing, clearing all these lanes, and I believe game 1 will go to Myanmar as they complete the wipeout by Paquito, by Clint, completing that wipeout, and game 1 goes to Myanmar.
With that one execution, and like what I said, Ingan, it is either a clash, they force out a clash, and they won that clash. I mean, the only problem really with the composition of Cambodia is, yes, they have the burst, But what can you do with the Lilia just spamming all her bombs, right? It's so difficult for the Barons to engage, as well as the Esmeralda. But let's take a look at the post-game results. Our MVP, like what I said, like what we mentioned, it's the Lilia who's the MVP of this game with a KDA of 4-3-11 rather. I mean, yes, she was picked off, but at the same time, she was the one dishing out the damage to all the frontliners here from the side of Cambodia. That's why they weren't able to properly engage. 17-3 is our score, a relatively fast game for both of these teams. 14-minute mark. I feel like the Pirates didn't go so well for this one. I feel like they could have gone with a different jungler. I mean, it was really smart of Myanmar to do that. Take out all the viable jungler options, and what's left is actually the Barretts. Maybe they could have gone with an Olus, but I feel like it would still be the same result. I mean, if with a composition like Myanmar's, you really, really need to have those assassins. Maybe they could have gone for a Ling, actually. Wonder
Yes,
why
and
they didn't take that.
yes, and if we could recall what happened in that final clash, I actually like what Cambodia did there. They were able to counter set that Hylos, that engaging Hylos with that falling star moon, and Barrett was able to get that Hylos along with that Flint. But Esmeralda focused their attacks on the frontliners of Myanmar, which opened Lilia to be able to take down the backliners of Cambodia, going right after that Barrett's, going right after that Beatrix. What a good play. What a good solo play on the side of that Lilia by Myanmar. Kudos to that Lilia. Kudos to Hylos. Kudos to the whole team of Myanmar. And we hope that Cambodia would bounce back in game two as Myanmar takes the first lead here in the best of three series. I believe it's best of three series.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's still a lot that could be shown. I mean, that's a very first game. Maybe they're just warming up. But you know what? That's about it for this first game for today. But right now, we'll be passing it on to our very, very lovely host, Miss Aya. Take it away.
Of course, I want to say congratulations. Can you guys hear me? Okay, I think I am loud and clear. So, congratulations once again to Myanmar for winning this round. But to Cambodia, of course, we still have another set of matches for you guys because this is, again, best out of two games, as far as I know. And yeah, congratulations, everybody. And of course, that was a very intense game one. But um, we'll never know what's gonna happen next. There could be like a change of tides here, or a turn of events. And you know, those moments in esports when those highlights and game-changing plays excite the community that you really want to feel, and the hype and the energy coming from it. Like we all are expecting something, and of course rooting for our countries today. And it's still not yet the end, guys. So stay tuned. Don't forget to like and share if you want to spread the good vibes of today's tournament. And of course, you just want to flex the countries that you're representing right now. Keep making some noise here in the chat, the GGWP Myanmar. And of course, for moments like this, sound is key to immersing yourself in the game. Light up your immersion with the Razer Hammerhead True Wireless. Do you guys have that? What Razer peripherals that you own? Can you state it in the chat right now so we can just see what you have there? And with 16.8 million colors by Razer Chroma RGB, active noise cancellation. We all want that cancellation of noise, especially if you have a noisy background and you're a streamer. Like, for example, you stream like us and you don't really have the egg foams for your studio. There are dogs barking everywhere. Your neighbors are doing karaoke at 12 midnight, past 12. Definitely, these are the headsets for you. And it's low latency gaming mode. You can always immerse yourself to the best esports experience, be it watching tournaments or being part of the game itself. You can just surround yourself with the sounds by using again our headset, which is the Razer. And don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be taking a short break as we get ready for the next game for the MLBB division here at Razer C Invitational 2022. Welcome back to the Razer C Invitational with your host still here, alive and kicking. My name's Aya Azuriya, and of course, now we will be diving into match 1, game 2 of Myanmar versus Cambodia. So at the first game, actually Myanmar won that round. So congratulations to you guys. If Myanmar ever wins this fight for game 2, Myanmar will be taking the cake. So again, this is best of 2 for our winnings for today. And I just want to say hi and hello again to everybody. Don't forget to like, share the stream. And I've been seeing some a little bit of a feud happening here in the chat. Let's just learn to respect everybody. Just being a part of this Razer C Invitational is a big win for everyone, win or lose in general. So let's all show some love. It's a Valentine's Day. Give some loving to your brother from Southeast Asia, guys. Okay. So, in case you've missed out on what the Razer C Invitational is, it's a tournament that features 10 of the top teams from Southeast Asia as they duke it out for the 30,000 USD prize pool. It is that big, guys. I mean, if I'm going to ask you, I've heard the casters talking about this earlier today. What will you do if you have $30,000? $30,000 here in the Philippines. We can buy a car, a house and lot, down payment for house and lot probably. And of course, this is to pave the way for this year's upcoming SEA Games. So I know you guys are all excited. So the tournament is once again sanctioned by the SEA Games Federation and is presented by Razer, by gamers for gamers. And let's not keep you guys waiting anymore, as we'll see this if the series will result in a sweep or a tie. Once again, Burger King and Inga Nation as our casters for today. Let's head on to game 2.
And we're back for game number 2. This is between Cambodia and Myanmar. In game number 1, we've seen how Myanmar was able to dominate with their draft. And you know what? Speaking of dominating, speaking of action, I do have a Razer Seiren V2X mic with me right now. It's super cool. If you want to check out more of the Razer products, go ahead and check out Razer's website for more. And I believe Mr. Ingan Nation has the Razer Black Shark. Am I right? Razer Black
Shark V2 Pro wireless.
There you go. So if you want to check out more of Razer's products, it is made for gamers and by gamers. So we can assure you that this is top-notch quality from Razer. So if you want to get your own, you want to snag your own, you don't have a Valentine's Day today, you want to put all those money to those gaming equipment, go ahead and check out Razer. But you know what? Speaking of game number 2, Ingan, there's a lot of comments that I would have for game number 1. I would say the Barretts was a last resort for Cambodia. They could have gone with something like maybe a Ling, a different assassin, because the Barretts really had a difficult time up against the Lilia of Myanmar. I think that was really a game changer for Myanmar, the Lilia pick. I was just surprised that Cambodia actually went through with the Barretts pick. It's a viable jungler, but at the same time, Sustain is also there, but you know what? Let's see what they would have to do for game number 2, what adjustments that they would have to make in the drafting phase.
I completely agree. Actually, that Barrett's pick was not so much the best option, as you mentioned. They could go for a Ling, for a more agile assassin or a more agile fighter. Barrett's really couldn't withstand the attack of that Lilia, and now Myanmar will continue to ban that blue.
Yeah, you know what? Taking a look at our draft pick right now, it is going to be Myanmar on the blue side, which means that they have the advantage of getting the first pick. And speaking of getting an advantage for the first pick, Cambodia takes out the Valentina this time. It will be very difficult to deal with that. The E was actually a problem for Myanmar in game number 1, but I think for Cambodia, in terms of the draft, they really have to think it through, like what they want to put out or what they want to execute for that draft. For Myanmar, it was clear. They wanted to go in for the dives. They did. They had the Matilda, they had the Paquito. That's why they were able to do those tower dives. But Myanmar also respecting the capabilities here of Cambodia. The Fanny and the Lancelot still banned out for game number 2. Let's see what our final bans would be. Maybe the Sicilian will be open this time. I mean, it's been in the meta in this patch. It has been buffed up to what it was actually when it was first released. It was given a lot of nerfs, but right now I'm so happy to be seeing this hero shining once again. Matilda could be taking out Paquito, perhaps, if Myanmar wants to go that route. They want to go for a different jungler, or maybe even limit out the gold laners or the mid laner possibly for Cambodia. Maybe the Eve. I don't know. It depends really what they want to limit out here. There's still a lot of options open, despite the fact that this is a 10-ban system. But I completely forgot about Selena as well. It provides a lot of vision for the team. It opens up the map a lot as well. I mean, just in case Cambodia does decide to go that route, it's going to be difficult to position yourself, especially if you're going to be a mid laner. Selena, it has the vision. It also has that sure kill when it comes to the early game. So early game advantage isn't what is not something that Myanmar wants. So Cambodia, for their final ban, maybe if they want to go for the Barrett's jungle, they should take out the Lilia. It's so difficult to do. Eve is still open, so they can also take that out. It really depends what route they want to go for. Maybe something from the pause 4 position. Cecilion, Matilda, Matilda, I was right.
Banned right now. Eve is still open, along with Harith and Lilia. Who will Myanmar go for right now? Actually, what's the best pick? What should Myanmar prioritize right now
Paquito.
as they have the first pick? Paquito. Yes, as you mentioned, Paquito is indeed the first pick for Myanmar once again.
Credit for this. I mean, I'm spending Valentine's Day with everyone from Razer, so you gotta give me credit for actually getting this right. But you know what, kidding aside, it's Valentine's Day. I hope it's sweeter this time around for Cambodia. The Paquito first pick for Myanmar. It did so well in the first game. He wasn't the MVP, but I mean, the tower dives, the rotations that this Paquito did for Myanmar did so much for the entire team, the entire game. They ended that game in the 14th minute mark, and right now it seems like they want to go that route again. For now, for Cambodia, if they want to go for the comfort picks, they can go for the maybe the Eve, but right now they're shaking things up a little bit. The Popple and Koopa. The Popple and Koopa and the Uranus.
We'll be seeing a Sicilian here in the side of Myanmar as Nick MIA Black tried. The Sicilian pick has been secured right now. We will be seeing a Sicilian in today's game along with that Lolita. What are your thoughts on that combination? The CC, the crowd control on that Sicilian, as well as that Lolita.
I like how they picked the Lolita as well. The Numenon Blast. The setup it could possibly make, especially since there's a Uranus here in the composition of Cambodia. I like Myanmar. They have the heroes for the early game. They also have that late game insurance as well with the Cecilia. So the fact that maybe perhaps they'll go for the Brody or maybe even the Beatrix or Clint in this case, since they're going up against a Popple and Koopa, which is actually super, super annoying. They don't have the Selena, but they also have a vision, by the way, with the Popple and Koopa straps. But finally, Cambodia this time getting a better jungler option. I mean, there's a lot back earlier and they were forced to bring out the Barons, but right now I feel like this would be great, especially since you're dealing with a Sicilian. You need to take it down as early as possible.
Yes.
You don't want it to stack. You don't want it to scale up. So a Hayabusa is a great pick for Cambodia. Right now, final bans for Cambodia, they still don't have a solid side laner here. Someone who can go up against the Uranus, perhaps the Esmeralda could be banned out here. Esmeralda, but seems like this is a repeat pattern for Cambodia. They take out a lot of the gold laners. They really limit out the gold laners. They want their gold laner to shine. And in this case, I think it's going to be the Popple and Koopa. Right now, Myanmar, for Cambodia, it's a different case. They still don't have a mid laner. Eve is still open. I feel like going up against a Sicilian and Lilia would still be good here. Early game is already there, so I feel like maybe the Lilia could be banned out here for Myanmar. Eve, Farsa, just in case Cambodia wants to go that route. I mean, they could totally go for an Eve right now. They have someone in the front lines. They also have, they can also take the Eve to secure in the back lines, but it's going to be the Ruby for Myanmar. Final bans here for these two teams. I feel like either Cambodia they just totally limit out the gold laner here for Myanmar. They didn't shine earlier. You've seen how their gold laner final bats here for Cambodia. They still need to, maybe Brody could be taken out here. Brody or Beatrix, actually. Depends what they don't want to deal with. Maybe an Esmeralda. They could take that out just to even out the ball game.
I think Myanmar, I think Cambodia will go for that Eve as their middle lane here, as Eve was very effective on the side of Cambodia in the last game. So, oh, they banned the
Your
Cho.
team is
Cho has
banned.
now been banned. So who do you think will Myanmar ban for the last pick? I think maybe they'll go for that ban. What do you think?
The Ruby, it seems like they're taking out the the Cho. That's something we haven't seen in the EXP for so long. So right now, Myanmar, they can still go for the Esmeralda here. But I mean, going up against a Popple and Pupa, that would be so hard. But you know what? Cambodia, they still don't have a mid laner. They have to take out the mid laner here. I mean, in my opinion, okay, Lilia, maybe an Eve, maybe an Farsa, someone that can go head to head with the Sicilian. In most cases I've seen, it's always the Lilia. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about the Kagura.
Kagura.
Yeah, that's a hero that can counter out the Sicilian.
Yeah, with
And
the
the next
Yin Yang
best
overturn.
option, yeah, the Yin Yang overturn can totally catch the Sicilian off guard, but as well as this Lunox. I'm liking this. It can deal damage to the Paquito, and it's a great counter as well to the Uranus. So it would be great that it's actually great that Cambodia secured this Lunox, the counter towards the Uranus. But let's take a look at the final two picks here of Myanmar. They don't have a side laner, they don't have a gold laner, but it's gonna be the Brody actually for Myanmar. So still Myanmar has this up in the bag. I feel like it. They have the Lolita. They also have the Brody that has the range. So it's still looking good for Myanmar. And like what I said earlier, the Esmeralda, I keep repeating this. An Esmeralda that can go head to head with the Uranus.
Yes.
Finally, if Myanmar seals the deal with this, it's going to be a beautiful composition for them.
Counter picks after counter picks on the side of Myanmar. Good composition so far on the side of Myanmar, and Cambodia will indeed go with that Johnson as their last pick. Now, this Johnson pick, how do you think this will fit in with the current meta?
The Johnson. Oh yeah. You know what? I like this. I've seen this from Cambodia. Okay, I'm not so sure if these are the same players, but they are notorious for this Johnson Lunox combo. Like every time it hits, it's a sure delete on whoever they're going up against. So I'm not so sure. I have to double check the players later on, but they've seen this. It's a meta in their MPL, the Johnson Lunox combo. Oftentimes there are also like the Johnson Kagura combo that we see with this Johnson. They love this Johnson. Like what I mentioned earlier, Ingrid, there's a lot of metas that we haven't seen yet, and this is one of them. The Johnson Lunox
The
combo.
Johnson Lunox combination. Actually, it makes sense with the bursting capabilities of that Lunox. One ult from that Johnson away, and oh my god, it will erase any hero on the field, on the land of Dawn. So I love that Johnson pick as well.
You know what? I want to ask you something, Ingrid. You mentioned that you're a tank player. Have you ever tried Johnson?
Nope. My god, I have never drove Johnson in my entire life. Even
Which is you
right
don't
now.
have a driver's license.
Even I just got my driver's license last week.
Oh, okay. Well, the real one. Okay, not the one in the land of Dawn. Not the one in the land of Dawn. But these Cambodians, they have the license to drive. And I can just say that it's going to be a treat to watch. I've seen this before. I've seen this method. Johnson Lunox, Johnson Kagura. And at some point, there was also the Johnson Eudora combo. So I'm looking forward to see that. But you know what? Myanmar, they're looking really good right now. They have the Sicilian. They have someone for the late game. But you know what? Cambodia still has the answer to that. The Johnson Lunox, which can totally take down the Sicilian with one hit. Depends on what they want to go for. Will they go for the magic damage Johnson, or will they go for the tanky Johnson?
I think they really have to go for that tanky Johnson, since you know they have Lunox, they have Popple, and we have a clash here in the mid lane as Sicilian continues to go right after that Johnson. Lunox continues to micromanage the remaining players of Cambodia, as of Myanmar, as the clash continues here in the mid lane.
Yep. Fortunately enough, there was no one taken down from that clash. It would have been a disaster for both Myanmar and Cambodia. You don't want to give the upper hand to the other team right now, especially Cambodia. Myanmar already has 1 point. They need to actually step up their game here. It's a BO2, which means I think it's a point system for this round. It's a point system, so every point counts for these teams. And right now, Myanmar looking to get this gold lane. They have Lolita. It's going to be a fast rotate, but in terms of the range, Brody and Popple and Koopa, the pokes are there, okay? The pokes are there. Take a look at it. Popple and Koopa, Brody, they're just poking at each other. As you can see, both the teams, all of the mid laners and the boss fight, they have already rotated to this mid lane, but it seems like the casualty will go to Cambodia. And will there be another one?
Blue team hero has been slain.
Oh,
For
man.
a jungler, for a gold laner.
The gold
What
laner.
a good flash on the side of Cambodia. What a counter attack on the side of Cambodia. At the expense of their gold laner, they were actually able to take that jungler away from Myanmar and now are able to set up good positions here in the turtle lane as the flash for the first turtle will commence.
It's such a menace to deal with the Popple and Koopa. It's kudos to Myanmar for actually, getting that first blood. But you know what? For the price of your jungler, that's not so good. And right now, Cambodia, they got the turtle.
Cambodia got the turtle and another double kill on the side of that Hayabusa. Hayabusa continuing his attack on that Lolita. Double kill for Hayabusa. What a good flash from the side of Cambodia. 2 for none with that turtle buff. Amazing rotation on the side of that Cambodia. Actually, that play started off when they picked that Paquito in the top lane. They had to wait for that Paquito before they initiated the clash in the turtle lane. Good rotation inside of Cambodia.
Man, taking a look at our lanes, it's such an even ball game for Myanmar and Cambodia when it comes to the gold lane. There's a lot of pokes. As you can see, most of the time it's the Lolita rotating to the gold lane. Whereas our bot side seems like a fair ball game given that it's an Esmeralda and Uranus, but here comes the rotation. Here comes the ultimate from our Johnson. No combos. No Johnson Lunox combo this time, but it was just enough to actually scare the members of Myanmar. Oogie Shadow kill here onto our Sicilian, and it's a killing spree for Cambodia.
3, is that 4-4-1-1 for that
4 for 1.
Hayabusa?
Yeah.
That jungler on that Cambodia. At the 4-minute mark, approaching the 4-minute mark, he already has 4 kills. I think we won't be able to experience the late game Sicilian here unless Myanmar strategizes a new strategy to be able to take down this Hayabusa as well as the Lunox and Johnson combination. And on the top lane as well, Brody is having actually a hard time on that Popple and Koopa, forcing Lolita to actually zone out and help in the top lane from time to time, minimizing the rotation of this Lolita.
Yeah, actually, it's great that they are rotating to the bot side, but like you mentioned, Cambodia takes down the gold laner here. The revenge of Cambodia since it was the first blood. Their gold laner was down, and right now it is the Oogie Shadow kill. Mega kill for our Hayabusa. Will there be another casualty here? Johnson goes in, Newman on blast. There will be the pokes from the Sicilian, but the damage is still not enough. But the light damage from our Hayabusa is still there. He can't go for the Oogie Shadow kill. He won't be stunned here. The Uranus is there to tank the damage. Fortunately enough, it's still Cambodia winning this trade, and now you can understand why Myanmar banned out this Hayabusa in the first place.
Hayabusa showing his full capabilities in the 5-minute mark here in the best of 2 series between Myanmar and Cambodia. That Hayabusa going right after the front line, going right after that Sicilian tower diving despite being alone. The Uranus actually helped late, but Hayabusa was able to take down that Sicilian in the mid lane.
I'm so biased when it comes to the Sicilian. I just love seeing Sicilian, but take a look at the pokes from our Popple and Koopa. Here comes the ultimate from our Sicilian as well. Newman on blast. Okay, there was no setup there, but I actually thought there was going to be another clash breaking out. But the surprise, there's just a lot going on here for Cambodia. Take a look at the rotations coming in from the Johnson. He's just going top side, then later on bot side, and it's just their side lanes can just sustain. Right now, this is looking much better for Cambodia, and not to mention the Hayabusa here of Cambodia is just assassinating all the damage dealers here of Myanmar. Therefore, they can take the place that they want.
Blue team
Paquito will go down in the hands of that Popol and Koopa. As you can see, that Johnson was just driving around for like 30 seconds, continuing to give vision on the side of Cambodia. And once they saw an opportunity to flash, they saw the jungler, the most important player for Myanmar, as they take down Paquito, courtesy of that Popol.
Yo, I stand corrected. There's a lot of surprise factors here from Cambodia. And one of them is this Johnson Lunox combo. You just actually Lunox isn't even inside Johnson. She's not riding Johnson. It's already scary enough that he's pumping up that ultimate. You don't even know where he's gonna land, and he perhaps could land on you. It's a sure kill for the members of Myanmar. They are on the full defensive side as compared to what they showed earlier. The Paquito is not working so well right now.
Hero has been slain.
Johnson, gank after gank after gank, unlimited ult, continuing to give vision and continuing to engage on that Paquito. What an amazing pick. This pick actually surprises me that it really works.
You know what? The surprise factor that they have, I feel like Cambodia knows that Myanmar was gonna pick the Sicilian, and they definitely know how to deal with it. Taking a look at us right now, taking a look at their items. Yes, there is the Clock of Destiny, but surprisingly enough, the Sicilian is going for the defensive side. I mean, if you're getting assassinated by the Hayabusa for this like entire 7-minute mark, you're gonna go for the defensive side. And right now, here comes the ultimate from our Johnson. Perhaps another kill here for Cambodia as he lands on 3. Oh my goodness!
Red team hero has been slain.
But
What an amazing play. Actually, they used their conceal to be able to distract that Johnson. Johnson hitting 3 players of Myanmar as he
I
goes
thought there was a
down
kill
in the
there.
tier 2 tower. I also thought there was a kill there as Popol continues
Blue team
to take
turret
down the
has been
tier 2
destroyed.
tower in the top lane. What an amazing play on the side of Cambodia, sacrificing their Johnson for a tier 2 tower in the top lane.
with your boss 5 for a tower, totally worth it. Totally worth it. And he popped up the ultimate again. He can totally land in the members of Cambodia at any given time. And with the way that Cambodia is diving right now, it's looking so much better than game number 1. Here comes the ultimate. He's probably gonna land on maybe 2. Here comes the ultimate. They're taking in the damage of the tower.
On that Johnson as well as that Uranus. What a good combination on the side of that Sicilian. And of course that Lolita taking down that Johnson. They were able to stun that Uranus as well, but couldn't do this, couldn't finish the job on the side of Myanmar as they try now to take down that Brody. Hayabusa going right after that Brody. Brody will not go down as Uranus will go down in the hands of Esmeralda. What a turn of event for the side of Myanmar. Their patience, their discipline, and of course their trust in their rotation doing them big favors. As you can see, it all started off with that Sicilian skill, capturing Uranus and of course Johnson, and the partnered up with aluminum blast in the mid lane, finishing Johnson off and finishing Uranus off in the process. What an amazing play on Myanmar.
Here's the thing about Myanmar, why they can't do the dives that they did in game number 1. The biggest factor here is this Johnson. You just can't position yourself. I mean, if you've gone head-to-head with a Johnson, either in your ranked games, either in a classic game, it's so annoying. Like, I mean, yes, you can see where he's coming from, and if you take a look at what he's doing right now, he's just rotating around the tower before he goes in for the final touch. It's because you don't know where he's gonna land right after that. You can only see like a few seconds where he's gonna go, but right now, Myanmar has no idea where this Johnson is. And speaking of no idea, they take down the Popol and Koopa, but for the price of the Lord. Cambodia takes the Lord right now. With this, if this keeps going on, I feel like it's not going to be a late game for Myanmar. They want the Sicilian to scale up. Yes, they are buying time for the Sicilian, but you know what? With the way things are going, the surprise attacks is just there for Cambodia rather.
Yeah, if I were Sicilian, I would constantly hide on bushes as this Johnson continues to drive around the map, continues to give vision, and continues to initiate the clash as Johnson tries to go after that Sicilian, wisely backs off as Cambodia continues to get this red buff as they wait for the turtle. Johnson again popping his ult, trying to get vision. Oh my god, I don't know how this Johnson is able to do these things, to able to control the map with his ult. But I believe we will see another clash here in the mid lane. Nope. Johnson
he's just waiting. He's just waiting for the proper timing because there's still the Lord, by the way, that's marching on the top side. And Cambodia, they know for a fact that this is something that they didn't do in game number 1. They weren't able to take the towers. Right now, they have the kill score lead. They need to take the towers, like what I said. Virtually similar situation to what Myanmar was in right now. Here comes the ultimate touchdown.
Johnson going right after that Paquito, and Hayabusa finishing off that Paquito as Popo takes down here in the third tower in the mid lane. They're still going right after that Lolita Esmeralda. Hayabusa going right after Sicilian. Wisely backs off. Hayabusa re-engages here right now to take down the Lord as Popo takes down the inhibitor tower in the mid lane, refocusing their attack on this tier 3 inhibitor tower in the bot lane. What an amazing initiation on the side of that Johnson. Hayabusa micromanaging, actually going after the front line, actually going after the back line rather. As Lunox goes right after that Sicilian. What an ult on the side of that Lunox. Paquito to deal damage, but Johnson was just too much to handle for Myanmar as they take the game 2 here in the best of 2 series between Myanmar and Cambodia. What an amazing turn of events for this game 2. Cambodia going right after Myanmar, utilizing that Johnson and Lunox ult. BK, you were right. This Johnson and Lunox ult was so predictable. It's hard to anticipate, and it worked out perfectly on side of Cambodia.
You know what? The surprise factor here of Cambodia, that was what led them to victory. And let's take a look at the post-game results. 17-7. Like what you mentioned, turn off events for Cambodia. They totally did not expect this, okay? The biggest thing here about the composition of Cambodia is they can totally do all the dives that they want. They have the Lunox, they have the Uranus, not to mention the Popple and Koopa. The Koopa can actually tank the damage from the towers. The Uranus, I mean, there's a lot of heroes here. If you guys noticed the last clash, there was no casualties. It was actually all Myanmar. Actually, 2 members down, and right after that, 1 more ultimate from the Johnson did the trick. And the biggest factor here is you don't know what's coming next for Cambodia. That's really their ticket to victory. 7-0-4 for this Hayabusa, by the way, which is the MVP of this game. Already controlling the Sicilian early on. Therefore, they couldn't even scale up to the late game. Right now, it's an even ball game. Again, Cambodia, Myanmar, 1-1. And I feel like our comment section, they're having a blast right now. It's an even ball game.
And amazing. Although I appreciate the effort of Johnson controlling the map, it all started off with that Hayabusa before the 4-minute mark, getting a 4-0 start for that Hayabusa as the jungler, and of course the combination of that Lunox and Johnson. Johnson actually I believe 90% of this game, Johnson was in driving mode and just rotating around the map, looking for, giving vision for the whole team and looking for other members of the opposing team to crash onto. So amazing plays on the side of Cambodia. That was a good turn of events. I love this game so far. And actually, this is only the first series of the Razer International Southeast Asia, so stay tuned to watch more.
Yep, and we'll be passing it on right now to our very lovely host. Aya, please take it away.
And there we have it. I'm so sorry, guys. I was on mute, but looks like it's a sweep. Oh, sorry, it's a tie for both teams. Once again, congratulations to Cambodia. And I just knew that things could still turn around, and there's gonna be change of tides, and that's what exactly happened for the match 1 game 2. And again, since this is the best of 2, since we have a tie, the tiebreaker will be happening in one of the dates, which is 23, 24, and 25. So we're just gonna give you a little bit of a cliffhanger. And as for our casters, take some water, drink Lola Remedios or something for your throat. I mean, you guys are intense. And that was also a very, very intense match right there. So commend to the casters for doing such a great job. And yeah, that was Burger Kim and Inga Nation for you. Thank you so much for telling the story of Game 2. And just seeing this series and how things are turning out right now, you can tell that C countries have really prepared and performed and ready to take on the best of the best from other countries. And you know, on special occasions in real life, there's a saying that goes dress to kill, right? You want to go out there, you want to look our best, and you just want to impress everybody. Where you showed up in your accessories and fancy clothes, and esports, it's no different, as you can show up in your games not only skilled but also be dressed for the part, dressed to kill. But when you don't have the skins to go for that, well, good news, guys. We have Razer Gold. Razer Gold is unified virtual credits for gamers worldwide. Razer Gold also allows you to buy games and in-game content to get more out of your purchases, including getting rewarded with a Razer Silver and exclusive game deals. We'll be taking a short break again as we get the next series on ready for you guys. Brunei and Laos will be facing off next in our MLBB division. So stay tuned as we bring to you more from the Razer C Invitational 2022. back to the Razer C Invitational 2022. And earlier in our series, we got Myanmar versus Cambodia hitting a tie. And the tiebreaker will be happening in one of these days, 23, 24, or 25th. So I want you guys to stay tuned, and we're going to see who is really on top of their game. And now we're heading on over to the match 2, game 1, once again, of our Razer C Invitational. Once again, for the MLBB, or the Mobile Legends division. This is still your host. My name's Aya Israel. And time check, it's already 5:26 p.m. in the Philippines. We're representing the country right now, and go flex your time in the chat. What time are you watching? Where are you coming from? And let's hear it from you guys. Just make some noise and continue to support for the teams that you are rooting for. And now we are set to begin the Brunei versus Laos series. And of course, we're still going to have exciting matches ahead of the week for our Razer C Invitational. So if you're aspiring to become a professional esports player someday, you don't want to miss this out. So let's get it on with the match. I will not hold you guys back any longer. Brunei versus Laos. Go, take it away, BK and Inga Nation.
Thank you,
There we go.
Aya. And an exciting match here right now. Laos versus Myanmar. Myanmar has no breaks. Going straight to the series game 2, what are your thoughts on the adjustment Myanmar has to make since they lost the last game against Cambodia?
I feel like it's a refresh of mindset, Dengan. It's not more of the gameplay. I feel like after every game, every team, they have to, talk it out. What went wrong, what they have to do next. I mean, all you need to do right now is just keep moving forward, right? That's really what you want for your team, to move forward, to get all the points that you can get. And right now, they're going head-to-head with Laos. Very fresh from wherever they are, actually. This is their very first game for today, but this is not the very first series for today. This is series number 2 rather, for the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. But you know what? Without further ado, I feel like we're gonna be heading onto the drafting phase in just a little bit. So hang in tight there, guys, because there's gonna be a lot of action here. You've seen how Myanmar plays. They could go for the aggressive plays. They can also go in for the a bit more passive plays. So let's see how this will pan out for them. I mean, you have to adjust every time you go up against someone new, right? You can't keep using the same strategy over and over again. It could work out, and at the same time, if you keep using the same strategy over and over again, your opponents can actually read you. It can actually know how to counter that out.
Speaking of a new strategy, BK, I am actually dying to see my main hero, Kufra, enter the scene. Now, I want to see that Tyrant's Rage. I want to see the bouncing ball. I'm biased at my Kufra since he is my main hero. And I want to see some Kufra sets, some Atlas sets right now. So hopefully one of those teams will get my main hero too. So we can see some good sets, some good actions here right now between Laos versus Myanmar in the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia.
Great. And speaking of, if you guys just tuned into the live stream, thank you so much for joining us this Valentine's Day. And happy Valentine's Day to everyone. Hope you guys are having a blast, enjoying the day, or wherever you are, whether you're working. I hope you guys still have a fantastic time, whatever you are doing. I mean, it's Valentine's Day after all. Everyone should be happy. But you know what? The Razer C Invitational features the top 10 teams from Southeast Asia as they duke it out to win the $30,000 prize pool and pave the way for this year's upcoming SEA Games. So this is kind of like a glimpse of what could happen in the SEA Games. So I'm so excited. I mean, it could be something that they're trying out, a new strategy, or maybe perhaps this is something that they have been planning for the longest time.
That's why, for all you Mlbb fans all over Southeast Asia, stay tuned to know more about the new meta, about the surprise picks, and of course, how to further your game inside the Land of Dawn, courtesy of Razer's Invitational Southeast Asia match. So, BK, how's your Valentine's so far? I see that you've been casting the whole day. Any significant other waiting for you after your casting?
Oh no, maybe my significant other in game. My hero has a partner, so maybe that. But for today, I don't have any plans. I'm just so happy to be here with Razer, casting this because it has always been my passion. Gaming has always been my passion, and I love how Razer is like for gamers by gamers. So it really, really fits my motto in esports. So I really love it. I'm so happy to be here. I'm honored to be here, and to be casting the entire day. I feel like that's such a treat for someone like me in esports.
I
How about
actually
you?
share the same sentiments with you, as I am this is my first time shoutcasting actually, and it couldn't have been better but to shoutcast at a Razer event. So I feel so welcomed. I feel at my own natural state right now. Thanks to you, of course, PK, and of course the whole back end of this Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. So
Yes.
now we go here to the drafting phase of Game 1 between Laos versus Brunei. Oh, it's Brunei.
Yeah, I'm actually curious. Is it the same as Malaysia, Brunei, and Laos, the Hayabusa, which seems to be a very popular pick here, a very popular ban. And like what I mentioned, not so much in the Philippine meta, just in case our viewers are wondering. So we're casting from the Philippines. So Hayabusa, not so much into the meta, maybe perhaps because we're more into the Lancelot, the Ling, but still the Selena, it has been a staple ban for the past two games between Cambodia and Myanmar. The Selena that opens up the map a lot. It gives a lot of vision. It provides a lot of vision for the entire team, as well as the Valentina that I feel like this hero will never be open. For this,
It will never be open in this series or even the whole competition, I believe.
Yeah, it's so difficult to deal with, not to mention it also has damage. So, I mean, someone who can copy your ultimate, and I mean, think about it. If it's an Estes or maybe even a Kufra's ultimate, that would be such a game changer, right? Plus, it has the damage also with the first two skills it has. I mean, despite the nerfs that they gave Valentina, it's still very much, it's still a very OP hero. I'm not so sure if they can use the new hero Yin for this invitational, but let's see. It's going to be the Hayabusa, the Valentina, as well as the Fanny being banned out for Brunei. And just a little recap for Laos, it's going to be the Selena, the Cecilion, and the Lilia. Mostly mid laners. So they're limiting out the possible options here for Brunei to take in a high or an S tier meta pause 4 hero. But it's going to be a glue for the first pick. Great choice for Brunei. Can be a roamer, can be an EXP later. But once again, I have to point out that the Matilda is still open here. Matilda, you could go for maybe the Matilda Eve combo.
Matilda Eve, yeah.
Matilda
Eve.
Yeah, you guys gotta give it to me. I mean, Valentine's Day, and I'm still on point.
Matilda and Eve has been selected. 100% accurate prediction for VK right now.
I feel like Ingan is like shocked that I'm making all these predictions.
I am shocked.
I'm actually talking to them over the phone. Okay, this is what you guys have to pick. But you know what? It comes with the experience. It comes with loving Mlbb because it has been, I don't know. I feel like these are the S tier heroes. If you check out the meta, Matilda Eve, that's how it goes. And the next best option, perhaps the Farsa. If you can also go for the Kagura actually in this case. Very mobile hero. At the same time, it has that instant purify with its second skill. So Brunei, solid first two picks. What will they pick for their? Oh, they're gonna go for the gold laner immediately. Or who knows? It could be a Claude.
Gold lane
jungler.
Brody.
Gold lane Brody. Great choice.
And
Brody,
as you mentioned a while ago,
Popol-
Kagura was indeed selected. Your prediction again is 100%. As Khalid being taken by Laos right now, I believe Khalid will be an XP laner, or an XP laner, yes.
Definitely an XP laner because there's a Matilda. It's already a given that it's an XP laner. Something that I haven't seen for quite some time. There was a time that Khalid was super OP. It was in the ban list for the longest time. There were some nerfs, and I mean, with the release of new heroes, Khalid has been, I mean, it's there, but it's not like one of the top picks. So this is the first time I'm actually gonna be seeing it. Lolita being banned out as well. They are preparing for the fact that this glue is going to go to the EXP lane, which is most likely the case. So Lolita, maybe a Kufra actually could be banned out for Laos, a setter tank. For Brunei, they can take out the jungler options here. Lancelot, maybe Ling. Since they could go for that traditional Ling Eve, so someone to dish out damage in the backlines. At the same time, you have someone to clean up the damage, which is actually a Ling or maybe even a Lancelot would be great. They still need a gold laner here, someone who can go head to head. Maybe even the Popple and Koopa could be banned out here for Brunei. It's so hard to deal with the Popple and Koopa when you're going up against
Your
but
team is banning.
Beatrix still very OP right now in the current patch. Agree with Brunei. Final bans here for these two countries. Lolita has been banned out.
There is still the high loss.
Yeah, high loss.
Retank. Right
Oh,
now,
they're
as
gonna
well
be
as the Atlas. And
They're gonna
Your
be
Lee Sun
team
Shin.
is banning.
Lee Sun Shin. Yeah, Lee Sun Shin provides vision for the team, and it's actually quite popular in some of the regions in Southeast Asia. Fast farm, it gives you vision with its ultimate, so Laos is just taking out options here. Great choice. Brunei, final ban here. Popple and Koopa, I'm thinking, or maybe
Nathan? Nathan is still there, along with Clint. Clint is still there for a gold
Yeah.
win.
or maybe a jungler. They could take out the jungler here for Brunei. I mean, they still don't have a jungler for Laos. So maybe something along. I feel like it's gonna be an assassin ban here for Brunei. They're really taking their sweet time. Popple and Koopa! All
And
right
Koopa
again!
Has
Popple
been
and Koopa!
banned. 100%
Yeah.
prediction for BK.
Not all the time, but you know, I just know what's difficult to deal with when it comes to the laning phase. So right now, the only option open here for Laos for their gold lane is the Clint. When it
The
comes to the
Clint.
meta, okay, the Clint is still open here. Nathan could be a safe choice as well, but I mean, with its nerfs, I feel like they just go for the Clint. But Laos right now is hovering over this Olus. Olus pick would be
Your
great.
team is
Um,
picking.
In terms of the scaling, not to mention the fact that they have an Eve here. So an Olus would be really great with the composition of Laos, but
Or
Brunei as well is shaking things up with this Bane. Bane or the Lancelot? That's the biggest question here for Brunei. And I completely forgot Paquito's still open here, by the way.
And I do believe Paquito as their core for Brunei right now, going up against that Olus in the jungler lane. As oh my god, will we see
Yeah, okay.
Laos?
Yeah,
Ay,
I guess
Brunei?
I feel like
Why are you teasing me, Brunei? Select that
they
Kufra
totally heard you.
right now,
They
please.
totally heard you. But I mean, taking a look, I feel like it would be great to have either Akai or Kufra would be great. Yeah.
Kuf-
Go for
Your team
Select-
is picking.
I will see an amazing Tyrant's Rage on the side of Brunei. Sorry guys, but I will be biased towards my main hero, my favorite hero,
I
Kufra.
completely understand how you feel, Ingrid. Like seeing your favorite hero in action in the professional scene is such a treat to watch. I love it. Kufra, I mentioned this earlier for Brunei. They need someone like this, an initiator tag. But looking at the composition here of Brunei, they can totally go for the dives. But I mean, Laos has that Kali. But I'm looking forward to see this 1-1 as well for the side of Laos. They sealed the deal with this 1-1 for their final pick. I feel like it would be a great choice. The next best thing. I mean, because there's a lot of marksman bans out.
On the side of Brunei, they have, of course, my favorite hero, Kufra, along with that glue. So I think Brunei will start these initiations, even go for tower dives, as you mentioned. So this will be an intense game, a game filled with clashes, and of course, a game filled
Full
with
of
ups
setups.
and downs, full of setups. Yes, so I am excited to cast to and to watch this game between Laos versus Brunei.
Yeah. Right now, taking a look at the matchups, Glue in the EXP lane going up against a Kali. Most of the time, I see like Glue going up against an Esmeralda, or maybe a Glue going up against, in some cases, Paramis, just to counter out the Glue. When it comes to the gold lane, I haven't seen a 1-1. I know it has been buffed, but it's going to be deadly if it's able to pop up that passive bit, the 1-1. It's gonna
But
be
the problem
difficult
with
to
the 1-1 is she'll be having a hard time getting gold farming, since 1-1 is known to be a slow farmer. So will
It
we
takes
see
time.
a late game or will we see an early end? We'll see.
Yep, Laos and Brunei going head-to-head in this very first game for the series. Best out of 2, ladies and gentlemen. So this means that whichever team wins, you still got another game to bounce back from. But taking a look at our gold lane, it seems like our Brody is having a difficult time up against the 1-1. But the invasion here of the Kufra, it does matter to Laos. It's not going to be an easy farm for this Olus. But here comes the Paquito. They're trying to get the Little Wonder, and it's going to be Brunei with a great start. They got the Little Wonder, and right now, Paquito on the rotation. We've seen how Paquito was able to snowball early on, and
Yes.
if Brunei gives it to their jungler this time, I feel like it would be a great head start for them. They could just totally snowball there. They won't have that late game for Laos. I mean, you have an Olos, you have a 1-1, you want things to scale up, right?
We see right now that 1-1's actually dominating this lane against Brody as Kufra goes right after that. Matilda successfully escapes right now. And I do believe as a tank, it is your responsibility to watch out for that Brody, to watch Brody and to watch out for that 1-1. So I believe we will be seeing Kufra in the gold lane mostly. And we can see here in the bottom lane, a rotation here by Paquito, trying to wait for that Khalid as Paquito goes in the bush, tries to go for that crab instead. And what are your thoughts so far with this Khalid XP laner?
Oh, I haven't seen much of it. It seems like it's doing well up against this glue. I mean, you can't really engage that much. I mean, as a Khalid, you have the early game advantage. You want to go in for the pickups immediately. You want to dominate your lane, but that's not something we're seeing from this Khalid. It's a given fact that if you're going head-to-head with a glue, you don't want to go near it. And right now, Brunei going off to a great start. They got the turtle, and right now, they still no casualties here for both of the teams, but I feel like it's going to happen real soon.
Yes,
feel
on
like-
the side of the top lane as the first blood by Kagura taking that Aulus down. What an amazing clash on the top lane courtesy of Brunei with that Kagura finishing it off. And I think we will see another engagement here as Kufra tries to give vision for that Brody. Matilda sneakily in the bush waiting for that Kufra to go inside as Matilda goes right after that Kufra. Brody continuing to micromanage that Matilda, and so far right now, I think the gold lane is indeed a match right now. So, at the first minute, I believe Brody was having a hard time against this 1-1, but right now, thanks to the rotation, thanks to the early buff for that turtle, Brody can now stand his ground against that 1-1.
Yeah, you see how Brunei is rotating to the gold lane. I mean, 1-1 going up against a Brody they're really having a difficult time here, and most of the time you can see the rotations. Definitely it will be on the top side, but as we are saying that, Kagura does get a solo kill onto the Eve. Yin Yang overturn on point, and let's take a look at the items here of our players. We already have the arcane boots for both of our mages, which means they are going for that magic penetration. And I believe it's going to be the dominance ice priority for both of our tags. But right now, it's Laos. They're winning the trade over the gold lane. They know
What a
that.
clearance rage over that Kufra against that 1-1, and I believe 1-1 will go down in the hands of that Kufra. Matilda circling eagle on that Brody. Brody nowhere to go, will go down in the hands of Aulus as Kagura tries to escape. Laos continuing their attack on the top lane. Paquito now re-engaging against that Aulus. Aulus will go down in the hands of Paquito. What a good counterplay on the side of Brunei as Kagura was still there to be able to micromanage that. Who was the last one who died? Was that Aulus? No, that was Matilda, the last one who died.
Yeah,
so
it was their jungler who actually got taken down in that situation. Nice setup once again coming from our Kufra as a Brunei. I feel like they will be able to secure in this turtle safely. Once again, 4-1 is our score. And right now, Laos, I feel like they could have won that clash. The biggest problem is I think they overstayed. They really wanted to get more pickoffs, but that's not what you want to do. You want to push in more towers.
Yes.
I mean, if you guys are new to Mobile Legends, it's not all about the kills. Yes, the kills will help you, but at the same time, you need to get tower takes. That's really what Brunei wants right now. They haven't been able to push any towers. They got the gold lead. They also got the kill score lead. And right now, Yin Yang overturn. Tyrant's Rage as well. Takes down her Eve once again for the second time in this game. I love how this Kufra is actually providing a lot of vision here to Brunei, even though they are kind of on the losing side in their gold lane, but they're still doing so well in their mid lane and in their EXP lane.
Another amazing catch on that Kufra as we can see Glue going right after that Khalid. Khalid pops his ultimate and will go down in the hands of Kagura. This is why I love Kufra. Kufra giving a lot of vision for the team actually. A good gank tank and a good setter tank right now for Brunei, and as well as this blue continuing to engage and initiate those counterattacks on the side of Brunei against Laos.
Yep, Brunei knows this very well that they're on the losing end when it comes to their gold lane. So they know they're winning their trades when it comes to the mid and their EXP lane. So that's why they were able to push that tower. A tower for Brunei and Laos right now. It's still an even ball game. But when it comes to the gold lead, when it comes to the kill lead, it's still Brunei leading this one. Thanks to the on point yin yang overturn from our Kagura, already getting the Clock of Destiny and the Arcane Boots, perhaps going for the Lightning Truncheon as well for the next item. But right now, what they need is another clash to push this forward. But
And I think another clash will pursue here in the mid lane as Paquito chasing after that Matilda. This engages right now. Good discipline on the side of Laos as they wait for the turtle to respawn. We will be seeing another turtle clash here. Laos can't really afford to give this turtle right now, I believe, as they are really behind in terms of gold lead. But Kagura,
oops, circling eagle as well. Kagura still not taken down in that situation, but I feel like it's gonna go downhill from here.
1-1 taking down, double kill on that Kagura, and that Paquito still going right after that glue as Laos tries to push down, as Laos tries to clear the minion waves to be able to get good position here in the turtle lane. What an amazing set, amazing play on the side of that 1-1 as he was able to take down that Kagura and that Paquito using one ult. Amazing plays. Amazing play after play on the side of Laos and on the side of Brunei right now as they take down this turtle, this level 2 turtle, and now we'll try to push that tier 1 tower in the mid lane.
You mentioned that Laos can't afford to give this to Brunei, and they definitely didn't give that turtle to Brunei. They were able to secure it. They were able to get the shutdown on the Kagura, and at the same time, that is really what's deadly when you have a 1-1. When it pops that ultimate, you get like a double kill, maybe even triple kill. Right now, 1-1 already has secured that DHS, so it's going to be extra damage for the side of Laos, and that's really what they're banking on. Their gold laner was winning their lane, and right now they have to have this hard reset. And take a look at the laning phase. The glue as well as our Brody have already switched positions to further push forward the lanes. Right now it's still pretty much the same. Taking a look at our items, and like what I mentioned, the tanks go away for the dominance eyes since there's a lot of marksmen here. There's a lot of regen for both sides. So this dominance eyes is very crucial for both of the teams. But I have to point out as well that our Kagura has already secured in the Lightning Truncheon. So it's going to be very nasty when it comes to the engage.
Yin Yang overturn on that Khaled, but Khaled was able to successfully escape. And actually in the last clash, I do have to commend, but Paquito going right after that Eve. No more real world manipulation on the side of Laos as Paquito was able to take down that Eve in the mid lane.
Eve and Matilda, that was the first 2 picks for the side of Laos. It was great, okay? But you know, when you have a composition like Brunei, you can totally dive with the Eve. You have someone to take control of the Eve, especially since they actually nerfed the ultimate. You can now cancel out Eve while it's casting its ultimate. When you interrupt it with crowd control skills or maybe even dives from the Paquito. That's really what's happening here. I mean, yes, Eve got the Ice Queen one, but I mean, the positioning here, it seems like our Eve is really having a hard time here. Having that proper position, as far as we're concerned, we haven't seen any real world manipulation, if you know this.
Oh, actually, no. In the mid lane in the last clash, he was actually able to zone out the backline of the Brunei as he was able to use that real world manipulation, setting up that 1-1 for an ult and a double kill.
Not so much impact though. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. Not so much impact. I mean, considering that your mid laner for Brunei is a Kagura, dishing out so much damage for Brunei. Right now, it's still an even ball game when it comes to the tower takes. 1-1. Brunei is really struggling right now when it comes to taking the towers. They have the kill score lead. One more setup perhaps from our Kufra will do the trick. But right now, as I'm speaking, they got the mid lane tower.
Red team hero
Tyrant, Rage of Flicker, and the ult on the side of that Kufra as they were able to take down the Eve. What an amazing play. And now as Paquito goes right after that Khaled will go down in hands of Paquito. And now Laos is forced to defend this tier 3 tower, a tier 1 tower on the mid lane as Brunei continues their attack on the Lord. What an amazing initiation on the side of Kufra. And I believe Kufra will get that Matilda along with that blue. Matilda tries to escape. Good defense on the side of Laos as they were able to reset that Lord.
Crossbow attack from the 1-1. Oh, unfortunately, it's not enough to take down the jungler of Laos, and that's really what they wanted. Unfortunately, I feel like it was a bad thing for Laos to try and contest that Lord, but it's gonna be, once again, a hard reset from Brunei since the Lord chunked down a lot of its HP, and not to mention the clash with the Aulas. And taking a look at our items, once again, Athena's shield, no dominance ice yet from the side of Laos, so it's really difficult for them to counter out these region heroes from Brunei. They got the tower here. Good call from our Paquito from Brunei, taking down that tower. Objective gaming is what Brunei wants here. And right now, they are looking to take the Lord in this game. Nice zoning out from our Glue. They successfully take the Lord. Not yet the Luminous Lord, but enough to take down some towers from Laos.
What an amazing play on the side. As you mentioned, that Paquito actually wisely taking out the tier 1 tower in the top lane to be able to set that Lord take for an uncontested Lord take on the side of Brunei.
Now, what Brunei is waiting for is the Lord to push the towers on the bot side and perhaps force out another clash, because it seems like Brunei is winning the clashes. If you take a look at the kill score, 10 is the 3. Brunei leading with this one, and big factor here is the setups from, yes, your favorite hero, Kufra, and not to mention the yin-yang overturn here of the Kagura is such a game changer. But what Brunei has to watch out for is the passive of the 1-1. It has dealt so much damage towards the members of Brunei, and right now they are going for this tower push. Tyrant's Rage.
And as you can see, Tyrant's Rage on that Kufra. The tier 2 tower will not go down. Khalid going right after that Kufra. Blue going right after that Khalid. Kagura bursts down that Khalid. And now killing spree on that 1-1, taking down that Kufra as well. Flying. The 1-1 is now flying, taking out that Blue as Olus tries to focus his attack on Brody. Brody will not go down as Paquito will try to re-engage on that Matilda. Matilda wisely backing up. What an amazing clash on the side of Laos. A 3-4-1 trade, and actually they were able to defend that tower, not making it reach their inhibitor tower. Good clash on the side of Laos.
Oh my goodness. 1-1 didn't even buy any boost. Just went for the corrosive side, went for the DHS. So it's full damage 1-1. This is what I was saying earlier, Ingan. The problem here for Brunei is they have been initiating a lot of clash, given the fact that they have the Kufra. But the biggest problem is if you pop up that passive of the 1-1, there's no escape. Not unless if you have a Winter Truncheon, but it's just gonna buy you some time. Right now, that's the biggest problem for Brunei. They got some towers here. Yes, 4-4. They have to take down this 1-1, really. It's not even the biggest problem here for Brunei. It's not even the Eve. It's the 1-1.
It's the 1-1, yes.
The 1-1 that has been continuously free-hitting the members of Brunei, being able to pop up that passive. Corrosive side, DHS, Wind Talker, as well as the Wind of Nature to counter out the physical damage output from our Paquito. It is just, this 1-1 is ready for clashes.
And as you can see in the mid lane, we have a 5-man rotation on both sides as we will be seeing another clash as they wait and clear out this mid lane. Kagura continuing to micromanage the members of Laos as they wait for the Lord, the level 2 Lord here in 20 seconds.
20 seconds. Luminous Lord, by the way. So both Brunei and Laos, they know this very well. But I feel like they want to get some pickoffs first before they get the Lord. But at the same time, that's the biggest problem for Brunei. Now they don't want the clashes. Earlier on, they wanted the clashes, yes, because the 1-1 still hasn't scaled up. But right now, you just don't want to pop up that passive of the 1-1. So I feel like both Brunei, Laos, both the junglers, they're just doing their best to take in the objectives. I'm actually quite surprised that Brunei rather, hasn't taken in the middle lane tower here of Laos. A fight is about to break out in just a little bit. Both of our teams, they're just waiting for the proper pickups. I feel like it's going to be select targets for both of these teams. For Brunei, they want to take out this 1-1. And for Laos, they need to take down this Kagura, or maybe perhaps even the jungler would be great for Laos.
And as 1-1 is starting off that Lord, good position on the side of Laos as they don't even see the Blue right there in the bush. Blue engages right now, popping his ult right now. 1-1 is now flying, going Kufra with the Tyrant's Revenge on that 2 players, but no one. Paquito will bring that Eve down as Paquito will bring that 1-1 down as well. But the turn of events on Laos.
No.
Laos.
5-4-1 trade on the side of Laos will focus their attack instead on the steer inhibitor tower in the mid lane, and I believe they could even finish this game right now. Will Laos
They
go
can
for that
totally-
GG push? Yes,
They can go
indeed.
for it.
They can actually go for this push as Laos turn things around. Another beautiful set on the side
Yep,
of that
it
Cooper, but they were
finishes
able to take down this Brunei, and now Laos will take game one of the best of two series between Brunei versus Laos.
I believe comebacks are real. And speaking of
Comebacks
comebacks,
are real indeed.
if it's Valentine's Day, you're sad, believe in comebacks because this game is a testament to that. 11-3 is our score. This is one of the games that you can have that post-game result of epic comeback. Okay? What was the big factor here for Laos to have that comeback? It was this 1-1. The 1-1
indeed.
that Brunei was actually having a difficult time dealing with, especially in the gold lane. 1-1 up against the Brody. They know that. They were able to push in the towers. They were able to get in the turtles as well as the Lord for Brunei. Great start for them. I said that was the case. The Paquito was able to rotate, was able to snowball, but unfortunately enough, they had the 1-1. They also had the Olus, by the way, which is a scaling hero for Laos. That was just the key. They waited out. They wait for their items. And finally, they get that comeback that they wanted. And that was just Laos securing in the first game for this series. Still not over, ladies and gentlemen. We still have one more between Brunei and Laos. But right now, Dengan and Burger came out. We'll be passing it on to Aya for our very, very lovely host. Thank you so much, Ingen and VK, for that awesome casting right there, and for just describing and just telling us the story of that game. So once again, that was game one of the Brunei versus Laos series, and congratulations to Laos for winning that round. But we still have another match for you guys, since this is again best of two. So who would have thought back then that esports would even reach into the mobile games that are trending right now? Right now, it's the mobile games that is dominating the scene, especially in esports industry, and it's wildly impacted everybody in the world, especially Southeast Asia. And we're so thankful and grateful to be part of this event for Razer C Invitational 2022. So, are you guys looking to become the next mobile esports star? Maybe some of you here are also aspiring esports players someday, because we ultimately know that it is now a possible profession for all of us, just turning your passion into profit and just doing what you love. So you better be ready with that latest in tech for the smartphones, and even have the peripherals ready to ensure you're always on top of your game. Razer making it all possible for you guys, because we are by gamers and for gamers, of course. So how about cranking up your iOS or Android device with the Razer Kishi Universal Gaming Controller. So gain unhindered controls for your mobile phone games with its clickable analog, thumbsticks, and ultra low latency gameplay. I don't have the demo unit for that, but you can definitely check out on their website or on their page on how it looks like. Again, that is the Razer Kishi Universal Gaming Controller for all you mobile gamers out there who want to step up their game. And you can get it either for your iOS and Android. So both operating systems will work for this. And go make your move. The battle continues for Brunei and Laos as Game 2 is coming up next, so don't touch that dial. We'll be right back for more action from the Razer C Invitational 2022. See you guys in a jiffy. Welcome back to the Razer C Invitational 2022. Once again, I'm your host. My name's Aya Maria, representing Philippines. Time check, it's already 6:11 p.m. and we are still running the show for you. Now we are coming up to match 2, game 2, Brunei versus Laos. Actually, the first one who took the win for the game, the first game was Laos. So congratulations, but let's see if there will be a turn of events for game 2. And I just want to say happy Valentine's to everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. Even though, you know, you're probably out there celebrating with someone or you chose to stay at home, we appreciate you guys being here. And of course, a big shout out to Razer for making this happen. So let's not keep you guys waiting anymore. Let's get to know who will prevail between Brunei or Laos. So I'm now passing on the mic to our Philippine casters, Burger Kim and Inga Nation.
All right, thank you so much, Aya, for that wonderful intro. And yes, we are representing the Philippines in the Razer Southeast Asia Invitational. This is the very second game, second series as well between Brunei and Laos. We've seen how Laos was able to come back from that with a miraculous 1-1 pick for their final pick that actually did wonders for the team. So right now, my biggest question is, will they take out the 1-1? I mean, it's so difficult to deal with. They lost their gold lane. They lost in their gold lane, and they were able to have that comeback. So I feel like it should be either they take the 1-1 or they respect that 1-1. But let's take a look at our drafting phase right now. Laos versus Brunei. And with this being said, Laos is on the blue side, which means they have the first pick advantage. Lots of heroes still open here. I mean, it's a 10-ban system. They can go with the standard Valentina Selena ban, or maybe even Hayabusa. These are the things we've been seeing for the previous games, and I feel like it'll be continuing as we head on to our game number 2.
Along with this series starting with the banning phase, we also have a mini series here with VK. BK's 100% prediction streak. Will she be able to predict the bans and the picks once again between Laos and Brunei?
I'm so blessed already to be able to make all these predictions, right? I mean, I got some stuff from Razer, which I'll be showing off later on, but let's head on to the banning phase. This is Celion, the glue.
Your team is
Brunei
banning.
respecting the glue. Actually, the capabilities of the glue, especially if you put it into the EXP line, super OP right now. Laos, they could still go with the wait, no. They could take the Valentina just in case Brunei doesn't pick it out, or maybe take out the jungler option here. Selena is still open. They can ban that out. Lilia, yeah, standard
Your team
Laos
is
bans.
banning.
It's always the pause for. I'm not surprised if they'll take out the Selena for their third ban. Right now, Brunei, second ban for the game. 1-1. Yeah, but Laos had that last pick earlier, so they could ban out in the They could ban that out rather in the second phase. So right now, Clue. Thinking of what else they could take out. Perhaps like pause for a plus 5. Usually, Kagura did well for.
Kagura and Matilda is still up for grabs right now. Will they ban Kagura or Matilda?
I feel like
Oh, they actually
Matilda's-
banned Sicilian.
Yeah, Matilda's not so much of a
What's your
threat
command?
for me.
Your
I feel
team
like
is
it just gives
banning.
mobility to the team, but it's not so much of a threat. Not like that Fanny that has been consistently
protect
banned
you.
out for 4
Your
games.
team
By the way,
is banning.
100%
ban rate here in the Razer Invitational Southeast Asian Invitational. It seems to be a meta here, and it's so popular with countries like Laos, Cambodia, and Myanmar, which is something I haven't seen here in the Philippines. Such a treat to watch. Lolita for the final ban here of Laos, which makes sense. They're going for the dives. You don't want a Lolita. Final ban here for Brunei. What's it gonna be?
Will they ban? Will they ban
Pakito?
as support? Pakito?
Pakito? Eve? Matilda actually could still be banned out. For me, it's not so much of a threat. They could take it out, or they take out someone like a Pakito. Difficult to deal with in the early game, especially if you give it space to snowball. Deadly for Laos, or rather for Brunei in this case. Alright, so they're taking their sweet time.
Tina, we
Oh,
completely
your
forgot
team.
about
we completely-
Valentina.
Yeah, but since the Valentina's banned out,
Your
Selena
team
is
is
open.
picking.
Up for the grabs. Laos immediately takes it. Great choice. Brunei can now answer it out with the Matilda. Matilda Pakito would be good. Matilda Eve, but that's gonna be so difficult for the Eve. So maybe a Kagura would be great. Matilda Kagura would be great for Brunei.
That would be a great combination right now.
Great answer to Selena as well. They can also go with the route of Popol and Koopa. I mean, oh, actually, you know what? I've seen a game like that. Selena, Popol, and Koopa. Absolutely devastating for the losing team
Winner?
because they got no. It was a Popol and Koopa. That was the back when Popol and Koopa was still used as a
Among
tank.
the
But
And you're
See,
once
I'm right.
again, as they
I'm right.
select
Once
Eve,
again.
Esmeralda will be picked by Brunei.
yeah, I
it
understand
old
why they
your
took
team
this
is picking?
Esmeralda. It would be a great answer to the Eve, just in case Laos decides to pick that up. So it's a great start for Brunei, a great answer to the Selena that Laos actually picked up. Selena, feel like Selena would be great with a Franco. Selena Franco combo.
Selena
There's
Franco
so many
combo.
possible combos here for Laos. I mean, Selena has been banned out for 3 entire games straight, and right now it's open. Oh, open. So I'm wondering how Brunei will actually deal with the Selena, especially since you're an Eve. You need to position yourself well, but it's great that they got the Esmeralda. But still, Laos, they're gonna take the Olus. It worked very well for them, but they're gonna go in for that additional sustain. Lots of stuns here from Laos.
Your team
And
is
Laos
picking.
and Olos on the side of Laos. Good and interesting picks on the side of Laos. Who will they pick to counteract this Olos and Rafaela?
I feel like a Matilda would be great, but in this case, they have the sustain. I'm thinking something along the lines of an Estes, but I feel like Brunei will go for that assassin pick, so maybe not an Estes. I'm thinking something along the lines of
They already got Olos, so maybe they won't be taking any more assassins.
yeah, maybe like someone like a setter tank perhaps, because they have the Esmeralda. Someone who can set up as well.
Give me Kofra!
I feel like Kufra is very much possible with the lineup here of Brunei, but
Your team
yeah,
is
assassin.
Hayabusa!
Hayabusa. Still open. I mean, it has been banned, but right now, you know what? Here's the thing. When you have specific target bans or specific bans towards a certain position, like maybe certain bans towards position 4, there are so many heroes that will be opened up right now. Hayabusa for Brunei's pick. Great choice since their mid laner is a bit more on the soft side. Selena, Rafaela, you can totally take these heroes down with the Hayabusa.
Yeah, if I were the Hayabusa, I could easily go for the tower dive even if I'm alone
Your team
when I'm up
is
against
banning.
Selena and Rafaela.
Yeah, but I'm thinking who can go up against this Esmeralda. Yeah, they can go for the standard
Your team is
Uranus
banning.
pick. But Laos, seeing that there's a possibility that Brunei will actually pick up this Matilda, which I mentioned earlier, that would be great with the Eve. It seems like Brunei has a different priority right now. No Matilda, no Lolita, and no Ruby here. So that is very difficult. They could still go for I feel like they could still totally go for the Kufra in this case. Kufra as their tank depends on what they want to go for. It would be great to the composition of Brunei, but final bans here for Brunei. They don't have a gold laner.
Your
They don't have a side
team
laner.
is
A
banning.
Yuzong. Great ban here for
Yuzong.
Brunei. Yeah, Yuzong. Why is it that Brunei banned that out? The Yuzong will be difficult to handle, especially since you haven't
Your
even your
team is
composition.
picking.
And Laos banning out that Kufra. I mentioned
no.
it earlier. It would be great with their composition. They heard me, and that's a lot of pause 5s taken out. What is left here for Brunei to pick up?
There's
Kufra,
Hylos.
Hylos. Yeah, Hylos would be great, but there is also that additional sustain for Laos. But I completely agree with you. They could take the high loss as their pause 5, denying that choice from Laos that can, which Laos can actually pick up the high loss to go up against the
your team
Esmeralda.
is
But
what matters.
we saw something open once again, which is the 1-1. Hasn't been panned out, and they're taking it.
Learning from the lesson of the previous game, so they picked 1-1 themselves. Brunei with a good 1-1 pick.
Yeah, this time they're like, you know what? You can't use that 1-1 again. Yeah, I mentioned this earlier. They can either take it or they ban it, and it's smart that they actually took it from Laos since they have a lot of very interesting picks. But that's a lot of magic damage from
Your
Laos. I
team is picking.
don't agree with this. It's
all
gonna be tricky.
magic.
Yes, there
Aside
is
from
the
that,
sustain.
Olos.
I feel like an Estes would have been better. Would have been much better for the composition here of Laos.
Compared
I
to
mean,
Eve, yeah.
yeah. Kimi, Uranus, Rafaela, and Acelina. That's 4 heroes.
They could still go for an
Magic
Estes
damage.
stack though.
For the side of Brunei, yeah, they could go for that. But what you want is someone to isolate the members here of Laos. Since they're going for those dives, Selena, Uranus. So you need someone to isolate these heroes, and that would be great if Brunei actually picks up this choke. I feel like I completely agree with this. They go with the choke. Next best option. I mean, there's a lot ban out. Matilda, Kufra, and Lolita for Brunei, totally denying them of pause 5 positions. Great for them since that they have a bit more balanced composition right now as compared to earlier. But Laos is that type of team that, you know what, you give us an opening, we can totally make it work. It's gonna be an all-us jungler, a Kimi this time that's gonna go head to head with this one. I feel like it's much better than the Brody. It was definitely much better than Brody that had a very difficult time in game number 1. But here we are giving you guys a recap. Laos won that very first game. But once again, this is not a best out of 3 series. This is going to be a point system. So every point counts per team for both Brunei and Laos going head to head once again in the second game for this Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. That is sanctioned by the Southeast Asian Games. So you guys get a glimpse of what it's going to be like in the Southeast Asian Games, which is going to be happening this year, by the way. It's going to be happening in Vietnam. So I'm so excited for that, Dengan.
And actually, I like this Cho pick. One wave the dragon on that Kimi, and Kimi is no longer in the map. So good pick on the side of Laos right now. And hopefully, we'll see a 1-1 game right now. I hope Laos bounce back from the game as what happened in the first series when Cambodia actually bounced back from Myanmar. So here we are entering the Land of Dawn for the game 2 of a best of 2 series between Laos and Brunei.
Yeah, Laos and Brunei for the second time around here in the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. Once again, thank you so much for having us as casters. We're waiting for the screen to actually go up, but our players are definitely ready. I'm so excited to see the Selena in action. Okay, we haven't seen the Selena. It has been banned out consistently.
100% ban rate here in the competition. So now we will see the Selena, the Abyssal Arrows, and of course, oh, it's paused. So here we are entering the Land of the Dawn. Laos on the green side and Brunei in the red side as Laos takes game 1. Now we enter game 2.
Game 2, let's take a look at the stats, or actually the players head to head. EXP lane, there's nothing much I can say. This is classic Uranus Esmeralda
Versus
going
Esmeralda,
head to head. Yeah, I've seen this happen in ranked games. It's so frustrating. Like, you want to tell your teammates, hey, just visit my lane so we can get a pickup. Because honestly, you can go on for like minutes and no one will get killed.
Nothing
No
will
one will
happen.
get killed. It's just Esmeralda eating up the shields of the Uranus, and at the same time, Uranus is it's totally fine for you to hit me because I need that for my stacks. But we're heading to a quick technical pause for a bit as our players are still getting warmed up, getting their signals in a much better space. Brunei, Laos for the second time around. I mean, you've asked me about my thoughts on the composition, but I want to know your thoughts, though, Ingrid. I want to know your thoughts about this composition. Is it much better this time for Brunei?
Brunei, actually, I think it's much better compared to the last game. As you can see, Brunei has this Esmeralda and still going with this Eve, and they're taking actually the one who took them down in the game one, which is 1-1.
Yeah.
So, and I also like this Cho pick. Kimmy has to keep an eye on this Cho along with Selena. Selena has to keep an eye on this Cho because one way of the dragon can easily burst out Selena, Rafaela, and of course that Kimmy. So I think this will be an interesting match. It will also depend on the gold lane between Kimmy and of course that 1-1. But what are your thoughts on that gold lane competition? Who has the advantage in the early game between 1-1 and Kimmy?
Definitely the Kimmy. I mean, Kimmy doesn't need that much energy. Like, it doesn't have mana to begin with, but at the same time, you could just spam its skills. Like, you could spam out Kimmy's skills. You don't need the mana as compared to a 1-1. But the major thing here about the side lanes, about the gold lane, as well as the EXP lane, are the pokes that will happen. Like, you've seen that earlier, Laos was able to poke so much out of the Brody to the point that Brody went back to the base twice. So
Yes.
that's good. That's not good if you're the gold laner. You want to maximize those gold minions that's actually coming in. But right now, I feel like this is a much better composition for Brunei. A little bit more on the safer side. They have the Hayabusa to assassinate the heroes that will be on the front.
Abyssal arrow hits as Hayabusa will go down in the hands of Selena. That amazing abyssal arrow below the 1 minute mark, and I believe they will also take down this Eve. Double kill for
will it be
that
another one?
Selena.
Okay, there's a lot of pokes, but this is the reason why Selena is banned out most of the time, okay? If you get a Selena, you wanna leverage that early game advantage, and that's what Laos did just now. I mean, earlier on in the first game, they were more on the late game. Right now, they are using this Selena to its fullest potential. And like what I said, it's such a menace to deal with the Selena earlier on. One abyssal arrow, and not to mention the Rafaela stun was just so on point. And not to mention they got the jungler here of Brunei, so that is a huge win for Laos right now.
They got the jungler as well as that Eve, and as Hayabusa going right after that Kimmy. Kimmy forced to go home as we see another clash here in the mid lane. Abyssal arrow on that
Abyssal
Eve.
arrow.
Eve was able to dodge the abyssal arrow as a 3-man rotation on the side of Brunei at the top lane. Might go after that Rafaela. Rafaela continues to poke the Cho and the Hayabusa.
Yep, poking is definitely real. You want to poke as much as far as you want in the early stages of the game, so that the people in your lane would be forced to go back. Right now, the abyssal arrow and the stuns are so on point. It's such a treat to watch from Laos, and this is the reason why you take out the Selena. They are
3-4-4
really
abyssal
utilizing.
arrow hits.
Yep. And going as far as to invading the purple buff here of Brunei, that's going to be a big thing. Abyssal arrow once again connects. But unfortunately, the Esmeralda's ultimate will not be able to connect there. Fortunately enough, there was no casualties, but the turtle will actually go to the side of Laos. Great start for them once again, and that's a killing
Kill.
spree for our Selena. 3-0, 3 for none.
Now Hayabusa going right to that Uranus, bursting out that Uranus, but I do believe Uranus will stay alive as Esmeralda tries to clear the lanes. Actually, Esmeralda had a good chance to steal that turtle, but she used up her falling star moon on that Uranus. Abyssal arrow hits on that 1-1, able to stay alive. 4 for 5 abyssal hits on that Selena, making her have a 3-0 start in the 3-minute mark. What an amazing player, what an amazing hero. That's why this Selena is always banned.
Oh my goodness, Brunei is not having a great time here. The Hayabusa doesn't have his purple buff, and right now, we have the dragon.
The dragon on that. Almost will go down in the hands of Eve as they try to take down the red buff. 1-1 continuing its attacks on that Rafaela. Rafaela will go down in the hands of 1-1. 1-1 still has his own falling star moon on that Selena. Selena will go back safely. What an amazing counterattack on the side of Brunei. Now this is why they picked up 1-1 as well. They learned from the mistakes in their first game, and now they are using those mistakes back at Laos as this 1-1 continues to farm in the gold lane. What are your thoughts on that amazing clash?
You know what? I feel like Brunei is just striking back. It was great that the 1-1 had a fantastic position at that time, getting 2 kills, or actually 2 kills on the board for Brunei. So at least right now they have an answer to the aggression that Laos is showing. 3-0-0 on the Selena, and I'm actually surprised. And it's so frustrating to deal with the Selena. It doesn't even have any item. It's already so painful. Speaking of the laning phase, we are going to be seeing a lot of clashes that will happen actually on the top side. 1-1 already trying to getting ganked here by 3 members of Laos. I feel like Brunei knows this very well. They have to rotate here to the gold lane, as that will be a lot of gold plating for the side of Laos.
Yeah, and as you mentioned during the picking phase, I don't like the laning between Esmeralda and Uranus because nothing happens.
Yeah, nothing's going
in
on,
the
right?
bot
Nothing's
lane.
going on,
Nothing
exactly.
is going on. As Laos tries to get this turtle, good positioning on the side of Laos. Cho trying to get inside, going right after that Rafaela, way of the dragon on that Cho, but Alus will contain, will get that turtle buff as the Cho goes down. Cho overextending on trying to get that Rafaela as Hayabusa now tried to get that Rafaela, but will disengage instead as the Selena is there to counter the attack at the back lane. What an amazing counter set on the side of Laos as they were able to withstand that way of the dragon and also get that turtle.
They got the turtle, and right now it's still Laos leading this round. Brunei still has no answer to the aggression here. It's because of the sustain. It's because of the abyssal arrow. It's because of the traps. Even though the Cho is isolating here the members of Laos, there is nothing much he can do.
They couldn't do anything about the abyssal arrow on that Selena. Actually, Selena has only missed 1 abyssal arrow in the game, and she already has 6.
Has been destroyed.
No, 5 kills. 5 kills on the side of Laos as Kimmy tries to clear out the minion wave. 1-1 actually having a hard time against this Kimmy on the top lane as Sho tries to relocate in the top lane, trying to get Kimmy as Owlers focus their attack on the tier 3 tower in the bottom lane. Now trying to force out this tier 3 tower in the mid lane. The tier 3 tower in the mid lane will go down, and they will also steal the blue buff from Brunei.
Oh, that is a big factor for Laos, that they're taking this purple buff away from a Hayabusa that needs this so badly. But take a look at the sustain from the Uranus. You combine it with the Rafaela, and by the way, they have their lures tied up, by the way. So it's interesting to watch them in-game. Take a look at the damage as well from the Kimmy. 1-1 in the midst of it all. Real-world manipulation as well. Laos on a rampage.
The onslaught from Laos continues as you can see. Even Cho tried to do that wave of the dragon, but he couldn't do anything. After kicking, he was already dead. Thanks to that Uranus, that Rafaela, and of course that Selena. Now Kimmy continues to clear out the bot lane as they try to take this, and they will prepare for this turtle take in the bot lane.
Yeah, the biggest thing here is Brunei. They have this show that wants to isolate, but how can you do that if the members here of Laos are continuously poking at you? Take a look at that. It's not even the Selena that's dishing out the damage. It's actually the Kimmy.
The Kimmy.
Yep,
Falling
it's the
Star
Kimmy.
Moon won't connect. Rafaela stunning that Esmeralda. Esmeralda will go down in the hands of that Kimmy. Oh, Rafaela finishing the job against that Esmeralda, as Alus will take a solo turtle kill here in the bot lane. Abyssal arrow on that Hayabusa. Hayabusa was able to dodge it, and now Kimmy trying to go after that Eve. Hayabusa experiencing now the gap. The gap he's experiencing right now is so hard to come after, as Laos just continues to dictate the flow, just continue to dictate the rotation. That Selena, that Rafaela, and that Kimmy continuing to move around the map, giving Brunei a hard time. Even Cho couldn't even go for the kick. As you can see, every time Cho enters, he's already burst out by that Kimmy and that Rafaela. Abyssal arrow on that Esmeralda, almost damaging that Esmeralda. Esmeralda will fall down in hands of Olus as 1-1 as well. Triple kill for Olus. Another amazing set from the Abyssal Arrow from that Selena.
Yep, what's happening here is kind of like an Uber strat from Laos. You have this Uranus just tanking all the damage from Brunei, and what Brunei is missing out is that they can't seem to isolate this Kimmy that is dishing out so much damage. Take a look at the sustain. It's just there. Triple kill for Olus, and taking a look at her items. 4 items ahead for Laos.
4 items ahead as Laos tries to engage inside the base. The Way of the Dragon did not connect as Olus will bring down that 1-1 as well. Esmeralda bringing down that Olus for 1-for-2 trade on the side of Laos. As Selena again with Abyssal Trap, Abyssal Arrow, killing that Esmeralda in the process as they bring this inhibitor tower in the mid lane down. What an amazing team composition. Abyssal Arrow again hits on that Eve, but unfortunately, they will no longer push for that Eve as they will focus on the objectives instead, as they will bring down the tier 3 tower in the top lane and the tier 3 tower in the bottom lane.
Red team
You know
base turret
what's
has
great
been
about the
destroyed.
composition here of Laos is that Brunei is just reacting, and I don't even have time to counter out all the damage that's coming out from Laos. It's just that they're reacting to whatever is shown. Hayabusa goes in for the Yogi Shadow kill. 9-minute mark, it's already this crazy. 17-3 is our score. Still nothing from Brunei. A very different Brunei, which we've seen in game number 1. They had the early game advantage, but it seems like this time Laos wants to finish it as early as possible, as now Olus, your name is actually going for that Lord. Not yet the Luminous Lord, but enough for them to actually take down the inhibitors. And taking a look at our items, yes, Wanwan does have the corrosion side, does have the DHS, but just one proper setup. But the very difficult thing here about the composition of Laos is that you can't seem to penetrate the damage dealers. It's because of the Rafaela, it's because of the Uranus, and not to mention the Kimi that's just free hitting everyone for Brunei. Such a deadly combo. Ice Queen 1, Berserker's View, and not to mention the Holy Crystal that's already so painful for Brunei to deal with.
You can see the damage from that Kimi, bursting that Esmeralda right away as Hayabusa pops his ult, canceling it right away as the Lord enters in the base. Eve with that ult, but I believe Cho will go down in the hands of that Kimi. Uranus killing that Cho. Falling Star Moon does connect, but not enough to damage anyone, as one will go down in the hands of Olus, and the GG push has been done on the side of Laos. Brunei will go down. Oh wait, is it the other way around?
Yeah, no, it's Laos actually taking the series with a clean sweep. 2-0.
Laos, sorry. Laos taking that 2-0 clean sweep against Brunei.
Exiting the series. Yeah, exiting the series, Dengan, actually with a 20-3. Absolutely dominant. I cannot say anything further, but you know what? It was the Selena. Really.
The Selena.
Selena's rotations early game did matter for them, to the point that they can actually invade the jungle here for the side of Brunei, denying Hayabusa the purple buff. And eventually, it was just snowball from there. Like, they were able to get the items that they want. They got all the turtles, by the way. They also got the Lord, not yet the Luminous Lord, but they ended it in a very quick manner. Virtually a very different game from what we've seen from Laos in game number 1. But congratulations, Laos, for actually securing the 2-0 for this series. Ingan, any final thoughts before we pass it on to Aya?
Actually, I like how Selena started things off. Approaching the 1 minute mark, he was already able to secure 2-kill lead against that the core of Brunei, and of course against that Eve. So good plays, amazing. I have to commend that Selena, and this is the reason why Selena is banned.
Exactly. Banned out for 3 consecutive games, but for the first time we've seen it in this 4th game. Did so well, but we still have one more series after this. It's going to be Philippines up against Brunei, if I'm not mistaken. Well, let's take a look at it, but I'm definitely sure Philippines will be playing next. But right now, Ingan and Burger Kim out. We will be passing it on to Aya, our very lovely host. Take it away.
And that's and that wraps up our Brunei versus Laos series. I can hear myself. Sorry, guys. Again, congratulations to Laos for winning this round and actually securing 2 consistent wins for this matchup. And of course, again, that wraps up our 2nd series. Congratulations, well played. And it's a game like this that makes you wonder how people can perform, or how a team can perform that well into the world of esports. And one of the factors, of course, is communication. We can all say that communication is always the key. Shot calling, going for the plays, and organizing teamwork can totally make the difference against the newer esports team getting the grasp on how to win games and tournaments. It's just like in any relationship. And especially this Valentine's, we can also just add that bit in any thing, and communication just makes the world go round. And the sound of esports, of course, unleashed with the Razer Black Shark version 2 Pro. So take esports communication to the next level with its hyperspeed wireless connection, hyper clear mic, and noise cancellation. I think that is like my favorite bit when it comes to the Razer Black Shark version 2, because it is wireless. I mean, we appreciate being wire free, like our tables are set up just clean like that. And personally, I would love mine to just be very, very organized. And I think that is one thing, one feature that I'm glad that the Razer Black Shark has put into one of their main features. So back to the topic, talking about esports communication, this is exactly what you'd want from an esports headset, the Razer Black Shark V2 Pro. And not only we want to listen well, we want to have very, very loud communication coming from our teammates. We would also want to give instruction, give out commands, and that is why it also comes with a very high quality mic for the Razer Black Shark. And with that all said, we are now up for the final series for the day. So as it will be Brunei versus the Philippines. So the esports action continues from the Razer C Invitational 2022. So don't go away, and we'll see you back again in a jiffy.
whatever they want about you. But at the end of the day, ikaw pa rin naman yung nandito. Ikaw yung pinili.
At the end of the
True.
day, hindi
True
mo
naman.
nabasa yung comment mo.
Huwag ka na basahin kasi nakakasira rin sa performance.
Oo. Sila talo, hindi natin binasa. And we're back here at the Razer C Invitational 2022. Once again, I'm your host from the Philippines. My name's Aya Ismaria, and it's already 7:34 p.m. And we are down to the final series of today's tournament. And sorry for that to keep you guys waiting. I hope you guys got a good stretch. You grabbed a bite, nakapag-dinner kayo before. Sorry, you had your dinner before you came to watch and view the live stream today. So we're capping off today's matches with the face-off between Brunei and Philippines. Last but not the least, but most probably save the best for last. Our last match, our final series for today, will be as intense as our earlier matches. So we're not gonna keep you guys waiting anymore. Burger Kim and Inga Nation, let's go.
Last but not the least, definitely, we saved the best for last. And I'm not saying this because the Philippines is competing, but I'm saying this because I want to cap off this day in a very light note. I'm super excited. The Philippines, Brunei, going head to head once again in this game 3, or rather Series 3 for the Razer Invitational. See, once again, welcome back. My name is Burger Kim. Together with me is Ingan. How are you doing, Ingan? Are you able to get like a quick bite before the game started? Ingan, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry. Actually,
He's too
I
excited. He's too
I
excited.
couldn't get a bite since I was actually really excited to see the Philippines versus Brunei clash here in the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. One of the top 2 teams here in Southeast Asia. So what are your thoughts? What will the Philippines go with? Who will they ban and who will they pick?
This is a team I know very well from the Philippines. They are known to bring out something new all the time. But taking a look at our drafting phase, we see Brunei on the blue side and Philippines on the red side, which means that the Philippines, or sorry, rather Brunei, will actually have the first
Your
pick
team
here.
is banning.
Hayabusa, I feel like Brunei did their very own research on the Philippine team, knowing what to take out. I mean, if you're gonna ban out certain heroes, you have to know who you're going up against. And I think Brunei, they really know the Philippines very well. A classic standard pick coming in from the Philippine team, the Hayabusa. Brunei can take out the standard bans, glue. I'm not surprised if the Selena and Valentina will actually be taken out as well in this first ban stage.
You have to take out the Selena. As seen in the last series, Selena was actually the game changer of that clash, actually getting 2 kills
Your team
in
is
under a minute.
banning.
So we can see that Valentina is indeed banned again. 100% ban rate on
Yep.
that Valentina. And I think we will see a Selena ban, as you mentioned.
Yeah, it could be a Selena ban here for Brunei, or sorry, rather, it's the Philippines on the red side. So we could be seeing a Selena ban, not unless they want to give it away. I mean, they don't have the advantage of getting the first pick here. It's going to be Brunei who's going to have that first pick. So Valentina, maybe perhaps take out some junglers here. I mean, Brunei, they are known to use
Your team
um,
is banning.
the Lancelot, even junglers like unconventional junglers like the LAOS, they could take that out as well. But Selena, Valentina, like what I mentioned, is going to be taken out. Selena 75%. As for Valentina, it's 100% for today. This glue, second time around, it's gonna be banned out. Super OP in the EXP lane. So right now, Philippines and Brunei for their very last bans. Any thoughts, Ingan?
Actually, in the mid lane, there are a lot of open players. We have this Kagura. We have this Matilda. We still have this Eve as they
Your
go for that
team is
Fanny ban.
banning.
A lot of open players here in the mid lane. So this will be an interesting match.
I feel like Fanny is consistently being banned here. To some point, I feel like Brunei still did like the Uber strat, and what
Among
better
the
to counter that
planes exists your
strategy
team
is
is
by taking out the Fanny.
which I
Finally,
was
the
made
Eve also
for.
taken out of the picture since it's going to be Brunei, which has the first pick here. They can go with the Paquito. That's a very good start for Brunei. Paquito jungler, or maybe even the Matilda. But I think in the recent patch, definitely, or it would be great to actually have a Paquito for the first pick. But they're hovering.
They're hovering over
Chang'e.
that Chang'e.
Chang'e would be good actually. Still good in the meta right now since she's actually buffed up right now as compared to the previous patches. But it's going to be the Lancelot.
Lancelot! Team Brunei securing that Lancelot pick as their jungler, and Yuzhong will be hovered by the Philippines. Actually, Yuzhong is a very good XP laner, especially since he can, infiltrate the frontliners, go straight to those backline as they pick down this Matilda and Esmeralda on the
Your
side
team
of the
is picking.
Philippines.
Yeah, I kept pointing out that the Matilda is open. Definitely also a great choice for Brunei to actually counter out the mobility that the Lancelot has, and to also take in the Esmeralda as well. Super tanky, great EXP laner. I would say Esmeralda is such a flexible pick. You could go for the EXP lane, you could go for the gold lane Esmeralda. Totally fine, but Philippines,
team is
sorry,
picking.
Brunei rather, answers it out with a Lolita and a Cecilion, a solid mid laner as well. But for the very first time, if ever Brunei, or the Philippines rather, does secure this Yin, it would be a game changer.
I think for the first series, we actually saw this
Your team is
Lolita
banning.
and Sicilian combination here in the mid lane, but it didn't pan out well in the previous series. We'll see if this match is a game changer for those combinations, the Lolita and the Sicilian, as the Philippines take Paquito as their main jungler.
Yeah, Paquito. I feel like Brunei, they wanted to get that Paquito, but they're like, you know what? Lancelot is available. Let's take
Your
the Lancelot.
team is banning.
Philippines takes out the 1-1, considering how Brunei went up against Laos earlier. There's a high possibility actually that they will
Your team
take
is banning.
that 1-1 once again. They still don't have a gold laner here. Both teams actually don't have a gold laner here, but it seems like Philippines, or rather Brunei, is actually taking
Your
out
team
a lot
is
of
banning.
phos 4 heroes.
For the
Finally,
gold lane, right now we still have Clint, Brody, Beatrix, as well as the Natan. Who will Brunei pick ban for the last ban in this match?
they could still take out the Brody, maybe even the Beatrix, or maybe even the Clint. Depends what they don't want to handle right now. I feel like a Beatrix. Honestly, if you ask me personally, I don't like going up against a Beatrix. As compared to Brody, it will be fine. But I also thought of
Your
the
team
Kagura
is
actually.
picking.
It will be a big problem for the Sicilian, especially since Brunei still doesn't have a solid boss 4 yet. Available boss 4 heroes here is perhaps the Farsa, perhaps the Chang'e, but I like this Claude.
Your
Can
team
reach
is
the back
picking.
lines here, but the biggest problem here for the Philippines is there's a Lolita. So how can you dive with the Lolita's possible sets, right? One Numenon Blast. It's gonna deny you from all those dives. Philippines, or rather, sorry, it's Brunei on the blue side. They still need those solid, those tanky side laners. Hylos is out of the picture. Maybe a Uranus this time. Uranus, but not so sure how it'll work on that composition. But seems like Brunei wants to go for that high burst damage. If they do go with the
Philippines will have to rely on that Matilda as well as that Esmeralda to penetrate the backline of this Brunei squad, along with Lolita, Uranus, possible Uranus pick here on the side of Brunei as they pick Bruno for their gold lane.
Yeah, Bruno and the Uranus, like what I mentioned previously, it would be a standard pick up against the Esmeralda, since the Hylos is the most viable one to go up against the Esmeralda. Finally, the Philippines. What will they go for their mid laner? I'm so curious. There's a lot taken out here. Farsa, maybe? They're hovering over a lot of options. Gord, Veil is actually quite popular in ranked games, but it's this is interesting. The Veil. I haven't seen this in the professional scene, but you know, if it works, it works. It's a for me, it's a one-trick pony. It's not like the type of mage that has a lot of range, but when it does hit, it's absolutely painful.
And we will see again in the XP lane an Esmeralda going up against a Uranus. An equal matchup that results to nothing but just to clear out the wave lane.
Yeah, you know what? Taking a look at the composition, Brunei and the Philippines. Not so sure. There's a lot of dive heroes here from the Philippines that can actually reach the Cecilion as well as the Bruno here from the side of Brunei. But let's not forget that they do have the Lancelot for the side of Brunei, so it will be easy to pick off those super soft targets from the side of the Philippines, namely the Veil as well as the Flood, especially since if it hasn't had that time to scale up, it would be great for the Lancelot to use that to its advantage. Right now, Brunei and the Philippines, we're heading into the land of Dawn. This is the very first game for the third series of the day in the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. Brunei or the Philippines? Who's gonna come on top for this very first game? Do let us know who you're voting for. Is it the Philippines? Is it Brunei? Make some noise there in the comments section. But early on, very early stages of the game, we are already seeing a lot of pokes from this Matilda. And if this keeps going on, it's the possible kill for the side of the Philippines. Retribution in the nick of time, but the pressure from this Matilda is just so on point.
The aggression of that Matilda as well as that Veil, giving Lancelot a hard time in his own jungle under the first minute mark as they continue to clear out this mid lane wave. And I do want to remind you guys that this is a best of 2 series. It is a point system, so the series will end after 2 games.
Yep. The Philippines seems like Toshi is in huge trouble here, as Dogman is already rotating to the gold side. It seems like a fairly even ball game, but most of the time we see the pressure really on the gold lane. These are the heroes that need time to scale up. At the same time, you know, you want your gold laner to shine. You want your gold laner to be leading at this point. But, you know, Philippines and Brunei, the pokes are there. Still no casualties in this 1 minute mark. It's just, they're just waiting for that 4 minute mark. Power spike, but I've pulled that thought I might be speaking too soon as Choco goes in for the retribution play as well as the first blood up against Brunei. Philippines takes this one, but the turtle is up for grabs. No retribution for the side of the Philippines. It's going to be Philippines actually having the better position here since they took out the EXP laner of Brunei.
And as you can see, Lancelot was about to try to burst out at Matilda as we have a clash here in the turtle lane. Paquito, Esmeralda going right after that Lancelot. Lancelot continues to back off as Lancelot will go down with a flicker from that Esmeralda. What an amazing anticipation on the side of that Esmeralda to bring down that Lancelot and secure this turtle in the 5 and 3 minute mark of the game.
Paginity goes down under the hands of the Philippines. 2-0 as the Philippines takes in the turtle. Additional EXP, additional gold. Whereas Toshi is taking a lot of gold plating here on the bot side. But here comes Kofi just in the nick of time to actually save, or actually, you know what? Toshi, stop taking in all the gold plating here on the bot side.
The
You have to go back.
aggression of that Esmeralda to go right after that Lancelot, even expending his flicker to take down that Lancelot was so beneficial for them as Vale tried to take down this Sicilian with the combination on the side of the Philippines as Vale and Matilda tries to burst out that Sicilian in the mid lane.
Yep. Philippines already rotating to the bot side. Dogman pops in those wisps. Our Lolita doll is in big trouble as Toshi actually go in for the dive, but here comes Hanjinity in the nick of time to save these this gold laner and this roamer from the side of Brunei. But I feel like Philippines, they are relentless. They really want to make Toshi shine in this lane.
The Philippines continuing to dictate the rotation as Esmeralda goes right after that Uranus. Oh, good plays on the side of Brunei as Lolita was able to actually escape the attack as Sicilian goes right after that. Matilda decides not to engage anymore as Matilda continues to back off. And grabe, the battle in the gold lane between that Claude and that Bruno. Who will win? Paquito going right after that Uranus. Falling Star Moon on that Uranus. Uranus will try to escape as he goes to Paquito. What a rotation on the side of that Esmeralda as well as Paquito. And now they will be able to take down this tier 1 tower on the side. Nope, they won't, but Lancelot trying to clear out the minion waves. What an amazing play on the side of that Paquito and Esmeralda taking down that very bulky Uranus.
Yeah, it seems like Brunei is now responding to the aggression of Toshi here on the bot side, as Toshi will need to recall from that, but Choco already purchasing the Olympic Sword, so that's an additional damage. One-hit delete combo coming in, and Agility goes down, and the blue buff still goes to the Philippines. 5-0, no answer from Brunei.
0-5 on the side of the Philippines. Sicilian nowhere to be found in those clashes as they were able to zone out completely these heroes as Paquito goes right after that Lolito. I believe Lolita will go down in hands of Paquito as they take charge and take position to get this turtle, another free turtle on the side of the Philippines. What an amazing score, what an amazing rotation on that side, on that Paquito.
Right, if you take a look at the composition here of the Philippines, they can definitely go for that aggression. They have the Paquito, that's already a given. A Paquito and a Matilda for your roamer, and right now bot side, Kopi is in big trouble right now as the Philippines, they want to secure this bot lane tower, whereas there's a little bit of a switch up here for our roamers, for our EXP laners. It seems like Esmeralda, they want to make this a fast game. For the Philippines, they're taking a lot of towers. It's such a fast-paced game in the 5-minute mark. The Philippines already leading by 3k, and I feel like it's going to be a snowball effect here. Not unless, you know, Brunei has that one miracle set from Dahl.
Actually, I like to just add on what you said about the aggression of the Philippines. As even the Vale continues to charge, continues to even create initiations by himself. That's how aggressive the Philippines is. Their mid laner is actually creating plays by himself.
Yeah, Vale, or rather in this case, Rage, is on a rampage. Already getting the Genius, already getting the Genius one, already getting the Arcane Boots, but Philippines, they are relentless on taking the objectives. This is what I noticed. They got in a tower right after that kill once again. Mega kill for Choco this time, as the Philippines, they are not backing away from Brunei. Brunei is just really responding. They want to have the Sicilian scale up, and they also have this Bruno for the late game insurance, but it seems like the Philippines is just, yeah, let's go on full aggression. Dogman takes down Kopi as well on the bot side, and that is going to be the Philippines still winning the lanes that they have.
The main damage dealer of Brunei will go down in the hands of Matilda alongside that Claude as they try to clear out the minion waves here in the mid lane to set up this turtle. Respawning in how many seconds? 7 seconds, I believe. Philippines getting a good position here in the turtle lane. I believe they will get another turtle as Paquito sees that Lancelot, tries to taunt that Lancelot, and now Lancelot going right after that Paquito. Lolita will go down in the hands of Vale. Another aggression play on the hands of Vale as they try to take down this tier 3 tower on the bot lane, and of course a free Lord once again on the side of Philippines.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how Brunei just took out all the cost 4 heroes, but they completely forgot we still have a Vale. Circle Eagle, no casualties there. Bats piece as well, casted by Kirin, but it's just to zone away the members from the Philippines. Aggression after aggression. Already 2 towers down for the side of Brunei. Still nothing from Brunei.
Falling Star Moon on that Lancelot as they try to burst out this Esmeralda, but to no avail. Esmeralda continues to flex herself, continues to flex the sustainability as they will engage here in the blue buff, trying to get that blue buff. Bruno pops his ult as Esmeralda continues to zone out. Pakita going right after that Lolita. Lolita nowhere to go. Falling Star Moon on that Bruno. Bruno will fall on in the hands of Matilda as they try to go for that Sicilian down. Was a circling eagle play on Matilda, and they're not done. Veil goes right after that Sicilian as they take down the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Plays after plays after plays on the side of the Philippines, continuing that. I like how it started off with that Veil, then that certainly eagle on the side of that Matilda. They couldn't move, they couldn't do anything as they take down the Lancelot here in the mid lane. Lolita trying to defend this mid lane, but they will revert their attention here to the buff. They will, I believe, they will get and clear out these jungles and wait for the level 1 Lord.
Alright, you know what? This is the Philippines making a statement, alright? They're standing at a 5-0, still nothing from Brunei. They're just like, you know what?
Team
You
turret
can
has
just
been
ban out our
destroyed.
heroes, but we will be taking this game. I feel like the Philippines, they're like, whoever dies in this game, you know what? I feel like they have some redemption. Whoever dies here, it's just... I don't want to say it, okay? I don't want to say it.
I don't want to say it either, but
15-0, that's insane! Still nothing from Brunei!
on the side of the Philippines, so amazing, controlling the map, controlling the rotation. See, until now, Matilda is there to get position here in the Lord as they try to take down this Lord while clearing out the mid lane.
Yeah, the biggest problem here for Brunei is they're having trouble dealing with Kirk's Esmeralda. That's just zoning them out, and at the same time, you don't know when Choco's gonna do those dives. When Choco's gonna do those Paquito combos rather. And right now, 9 minute mark, they got the Lord. I feel like the Philippines, they wanna force out another clash. It's just to their favor right now.
Actually, I remember what you said about the Esmeralda flexing and sustainability. As we can see, as we remember in the clash in the top lane, Esmeralda going right after 3 members of Brunei, but to no avail. They couldn't do any damage, any single damage on that Esmeralda. That's why Esmeralda continues to zone out these players.
Yep. And you know what? I was actually wondering why the Philippines got so much items in such a short period of time. It's because a lot of them have that Avarice emblem. Take a look at that. That's a lot of ultimates being burned by Brunei just to
A lot
take down
of ultimates, yes
A
indeed.
lot of resources to take down Kirk, and that's just saying something about what Brunei wants to happen here. Philippines taking turret after turret, but look at Choco.
Choco
out so
creating
much damage.
plays as they wait for the Lord. Matilda here continuing to zone out this Lolita as they will try to push out this tier 3 tower. Lord will go down. It has a Brunei. Alright. Very
Yeah.
good. Another kill on that Uranus. This Veil pick was actually a surprise for both of us, but as you can see, they're proving why this Veil still deserves to be in the meta, still deserves to be banned, still deserves to be fit.
Yeah,
Veil is flexing everything.
Yeah, I feel like it's just the positioning here, especially if you're a mage user. Both Sicilian and Veil here, they need to have impeccable positioning when it comes to clashes. And that's the thing, Brunei, they're just responding to the Philippines. And Philippines, they're just going for those sides. Definitely they can do that. They have the Esmeralda, they have the Paquito, they also have the Matilda, just to take them away from clashes that they don't want to be in. And right now, if you take a look at the items, Toshi, on this Claude already has a Demon Hunter sword and a golden staff, and not to mention that you know what, he can just pop in that ultimate at any given time and can just burst down the members of Brunei. So it's not just Veil here, it's not just Rage here that's dishing out a lot of damage. It's also going to be Toshi. Toshi's just farming there. Take a look at it.
Yeah, and even though Brunei finds somehow a way to extend this game to the late game, they still have to deal with that Claude in the late game. So I don't know how Brunei will come back from this deficit.
Yeah, I mean, with the aggression of the Philippines, I feel like, you know, this is just gonna keep going, especially if you have a Paquito that just snowballed just like that, standing at the 7-0-1. You can see how much they want to win this. Choco prioritized that malefic roar, which means he wanted that additional penetration. If you can see, every time he goes in for the combos of the Paquito, it was a sure hit delete for the members of Brunei. It wasn't just fail. It's a lot of burst here from the Philippines. They're making it work so far, and right now in the 12-minute mark, they're going for that Lord. I feel like Brunei will contest this, but it's going to be dangerous if they get wiped out in this
I
situation.
think Brunei has to contest this all or nothing on the side of Brunei as the Lita tries to zone out. Pops up that ult by Claude. Claude going out after that Sicilian. Sicilian will have to back away as Matilda goes right after that Uranus. Uranus and Lolita will go down in the hands of Matilda as Uranus continues to back off. And they, forces of the Philippines, are now here in the minion lane, trying to clear out this minion lane and to be able to bring down tier inhibitor towers from the mid, from the top, and from the bot lane. What an amazing set. What an amazing entrance on that Claude. Being able to zone out the Sicilian as Vale will go down. Oh! Bruno will go down in the hands of that opening Solomon by Esmeralda, set up by that Veil as the Lord continues to enter. I believe they can go here for the GG push. Esmeralda continuing to zone out back Uranus. Lancelot nowhere to go to see in the backline. Lord goes out, but their inhibitor towers will go down as well. A 2-for-1 trade, oh no, a 2-for-none trade on the side of the Philippines. Luminum Blast on that Claude, but Phil does the counter set, going right after Uranus. Lolita will go down as well as that Uranus, and Matilda continues to zone out these players. Sicilian nowhere to go anymore, and they will end this. Game 1 goes to the Philippines in a best-of-2 series against Brunei.
Philippines making a statement in their very first game today in the Razer Invitational. That's just a statement. 21-1 up against Brunei. Absolutely no answer from Brunei. I was actually a bit worried because they had Sicilian, but they made it work. Take a look at our stats. No one died in that entire game. It was just Kirk. It's a given fact that, you know, Kirk, most of the time he does a lot of the zoning, but it was a big factor why the Philippines actually won most of their clashes. Was Kirk just zoning out the members, and at the same time it was Rage and Toshi just bursting down the members of Brunei, which is quite understandable. You have a Veil that has the knock-up. You also have the Blazing Duet from the Claude that can just completely catch everyone from Brunei off guard. Definitely GGWP, a very dominating game, very dominating first game from the Philippines. I'm looking to see more. We still have one more game, and then let's see how Brunei will respond to this aggression.
And now, as we wait for the game 2, we will now be sending this cast to one of our lovely hosts, the one and only Miss Aya as Maria.
Thank you so much, Egan Nation and VK, for, as always, giving life and color to our cast for today. And looks like we're off to a really good start as the teams are actually stepping up their game and showing to us what they've got. Again, this is for Razer C Invitational 2022. And congratulations once again to the Philippines for winning this round. If they win their next round, they will be securing the victory for today. But let's see if Brunei can turn things around for the next match. And of course, I hope batch 3 doesn't damper the competitiveness that's happening, because we're still gonna have a lot of highlights and jam-packed action, and it will be definitely the talk of the tournament. So you'd best keep your eyes peeled and stay tuned, guys. Don't go anywhere, because we still have our game 2 for the final series of the day. So with that said, guys, you know those moments in esports when those highlights and game-changing plays excite the community. Everything's just hype up. Your team is winning. You're just listening to all of the hype and the energy from the casters and what's happening with the game. And you just want to be immersed in it and just have that first-hand experience. And for moments like that, sound is key for that kind of immersion in the game. So light up your immersion with Razer Hammerhead True Wireless with 16.8 million colors by Razer Chroma RGB. Yes, it's also RGB, and it also has active noise cancellation and low latency gaming mode. You can always immerse yourself to the best esports experience that you deserve, be it you're just watching tournaments or being part of the game itself, being the player playing the game. So to wrap up today's games, so we can head on over to the game 2. We'll be going on a short break as we get ready for the final game of today in our Razer C Invitational 2022. Kita-kits ulit tayo. See you back in a jiffy. the last game today for our final series for the Razer C Invitational 2022. Thank you so much for sticking it out with us, guys, until the end of the program. I'm your host. My name's Aya Maria, and it's still early to keep that hype from dying. So keep the energy up because we have one more game for you. So will Philippines take the win for the final series, or will Brunei turn things around and secure a victory for themselves? So, without any further ado, let's get into the game now. Our casters, Burger Kim and Inga Nation, are definitely ready to unveil more of the final game. So, let's go!
Thank you so much, Aya Maria. I love it. It rhymes. Her name rhymes.
Yeah.
Aya Maria. It sounds
Aya
so nice.
Maria. Something to think about, but also BK, what an amazing performance on the side of Philippines. We actually had a hard time casting that game because everything was going all around places after plays, comeback after no, not comeback, but aggression after aggression. That game was intense, 21-1 in the kill scoreboard, and an amazing performance on the side of the Philippines. I can actually feel the PH heat brought by the players of the Philippines despite having aircon. What an amazing play on the side of the Philippines.
You know what's funny? I feel like the players from the Philippines, they still have dates to go to right after this match. That's why they're like, let's end this. It's kind of like that feeling when you're playing and then, oh my goodness, wait, I still have to do something. I have to go somewhere. It's the same feeling. I feel like that's the same case for the players of the Philippines. Our very first game was just absolutely... I have no words for it. It's just aggression after aggression, tower dives after tower dives, and there was just one casualty, which was actually Kirk in that game, which is quite understandable. Esmeralda just sorting out the members here from Brunei. But Philippines shaking things up this time with the Eve ban. I feel like we're still not going to be seeing the Valentina and Selena at this point. Mark my words, we're not gonna see them.
We won't see them as well, and I think I won't also see my date unless this game goes.
Okay. I feel like you kind of told the players, okay, maybe you can speed it up a little bit. If you can finish it ASAP, then you can go on dates. We can all go on dates. But you know what? Speaking of dates, I'm actually happy to be spending Valentine's Day here with Razer. So I'm so thankful, or I'm actually so grateful. Thank you so much for having me here. I'm very happy to be casting for you guys, and at the same time, you know what? I hope my passion can actually be seen here while we're casting the games. But once again, the Selena still not being open for the entire day today. We've only seen a Selena once. 100% win rate and almost 100% ban rate. So I would say the Selena's doing pretty well in our Razer C Invitational.
And also the only time when Selena got picked, almost 100% Abyssal Arrow rate. That was an amazing performance on the side of that Selena in the previous matches. And now Esmeralda has indeed been banned by the Philippines. So I think this Esmeralda pick is they'll be opening something up. That's why they banned this Esmeralda. Maybe go for that Uranus pick or something. What do you think?
I feel like this Esmeralda ban, it's more of denying Brunei the possibility of having the Esmeralda, especially since it has returned to the meta recently. It's more for the zoning, more for the split pushes. Esmeralda has been a hero that has been in the S tier for the longest time. So I feel like the Philippines, they're just whipping something up. Perhaps forcing Brunei to bring out something different, like maybe bring out the Uranus. It's because the Philippines knows that they can deal with this Uranus. But Brunei also banning their own hero out, the Sicilian. I feel like these two teams, Philippines and Brunei, they have something up their sleeves. They just want to ban their own comfort picks, their own heroes as well. It's just so that other picks can actually be brought out here in this very second game.
Actually, right here in the mid lane, we still have Valentina and of course that Matilla, as long as with Kagura up for grabs. As Valentina has now been banned, it will never be opened, as you mentioned.
Yep, never be open for this. And well, for today, we'll be seeing if that will be opened actually for tomorrow or the other dates of our MLBB tournaments. But right now, we are talking about game number 3 here for the Razer C Invitational between Philippines and Brunei. Philippines, just to give you guys a recap, if you just tuned in to our live stream, it was Philippines that ended that first game in a very dominating fashion, 21-1 up against Brunei. Now, final bans for Brunei. Perhaps take out the Matilda. Perhaps maybe even take out the Paquito here, which is it seems to be our favorite pick. I mean, it's the Philippine icon. I mean, it's based
Philippine
off
icon.
yeah, right. It's based off Pac-Man. So
Manny Pacquiao. And as Clue was banned here, I believe if you are right, Philippines will get that. No, they got the Matilda instead, opening up Paquito for
Yeah.
the side of Brunei.
Brunei can definitely steal away that Paquito. It seems to be a very popular choice for the Philippines, not unless they want to go for something different. So I feel like Brunei can go for maybe, I'm thinking, I'm actually curious why I haven't seen the Edith here. I mean, it's so viable in the meta right now. Yes, Brunei, I agree with you guys completely. Take that Paquito away from the Philippines.
Take that
it
away
Coco.
from the Philippines.
Yeah, they're just hovering over this Paquito, but 2 S-tier heroes as well for Brunei here. The Beatrix and the Paquito, if ever they do decide to lock this in for themselves. But I feel like this is going to be it for Brunei. Not unless they're just shake things up with maybe a Farsa, but that's not very likely. I feel like this is going to be the final pick for Brunei. The Paquito and the Lilia this time. So it's not going to be the Beatrix. Alright, so for the Philippines, Lilia, Cecilia is also out of the picture. Kagura would be great, actually.
Actually, the Lancelot is still up for grabs. One of the most used assassins alongside Hayabusa. Hayabusa's not banned right now. I'm actually surprised. Hayabusa has been banned multiple times in the previous series, but now, as they will take Edith, you just mentioned Edith.
It's totally viable right now. I mean, up
Are
against
you talking to all the players, BK? Every
not
time you
talking
single
to the
out a hero,
players.
it's suddenly banned or suddenly picked. Every single time.
Okay,
BK.
here's the thing. I'm not so sure if they're listening to the live stream, but if ever you guys are listening to the live stream, well, thank you so much for taking in my suggestion. But you know what? Going back to why Edith is very viable, Paquito needs to dive. Edith has that similar setup as the Jawhead, the onwards, or the second skill of the Edith that can actually toss you to the other side. Kind of like the injector of the Jawhead, similar effect, just a shorter range for the Edith. But Clint and classic Clint Beatrix in the gold lane. This is going to be standard. I mean, if you pick the Clint, it's going to be the Beatrix. Not unless it's banned out, but I think this is going to be a sure pick for Brunei. It's going to be the Beatrix. I personally feel like I just have troubles dealing with the Beatrix when it comes to the gold lane. The range, the toolkit it has is just superior right now in the meta. I mean, it has been nerfed, but they made Beatrix scale up even further in the late game. So I'm not so sure if that's actually a nerf or an adjust. But again, final bans here for the Philippines and Brunei. For Brunei, this is still my biggest question. Is this Paquito gonna be in the jungle or is it gonna be the EXP lane? Because it's such a flex pick. Paquito, that's why you prioritize the Paquito. It can be the jungler, it can be an EXP laner, and in some cases we actually see a Paquito tank. Okay, we've seen a Paquito tank in some games, but right now I feel like they're just gonna toy with the fact that it's going to be either in the EXP lane or the jungler role, but it's just going to be the Philippines picking their junglers. That's why they're saving their jungler for their last pick, because they also want to know where this Paquito is gonna go. And right now there's still no clear idea whether Brunei is gonna put this in the jungler role or in the EXP role. But right now it's very clear for the Philippines that this Edith is going to the EXP lane. Definitely, because they have a Matilda. Not unless they make this Matilda a mage Matilda or a pause for Matilda.
And Phobius will be banned on the end of Philippines. As you mentioned, let me ask you, if you're Brunei and you see the current composition of the Philippines lineup, what position would you target? Will it be the core or will it be...
Perhaps Choco's heroes, perhaps definitely the jungler roles. I mean, they already took out the Lancelot. I'm not surprised if they'll take out maybe the Hayabusa or even the Benedetta in this case, which is very likely that the Philippines might actually take the Benedetta since they banned out the Phobius.
But
So-
on the other hand, I think someone in the assassin role is still up for grabs, and I believe
Ling?
her name is Fanny. Will someone pick up this Fanny, or will this Fanny get banned?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if ever the Fanny does come up, yeah, Ling. I just
Your
mentioned
team
Ling and it's
is
Again!
yeah, they should. Well, you know what? I'm really enjoying this. I'm really enjoying my predictions. They have been so on point so far. But you know, knowing the Philippines, our meta is more on the assassin jungler type of role. So I feel like it's good. It's a good call for Brunei to take out those two assassins, the Lancelot as well as the Ling, leaving Hayabusa
Busa
actually
open.
the
Yeah.
only jungler role available here for the Philippines, but I'm not so sure if it will work as well. I mean, yeah, you're going up against a Paquito, you're going up against a Lilia, so I'm not so sure if the Paquito would be the option here for the Philippines. So that's my biggest question. That's a lot of junglers taken out. Finally, for Brunei, they do get the advantage of getting the first pick in the second drafting phase, so they still lack a solid tank here. So maybe
Yeah,
some
and until now, we still don't know if this Paquito will be in the XP lane or the
Exactly.
jungler.
exactly.
And as we recall in the last game, I don't think Barretts would also be a good option as a jungler,
Yeah.
as the experience with Lilia. And as they pick up
Your team
this high loss, we will now find out who will the Philippines pick as their jungler. Will it be a Hayabusa? Will it
Oh.
be a Benedetta? Will it be a
Maybe.
Fanny? Or what else?
Oh, this Kimmy would be totally great up against the Hylos and the Paquito. I feel like this is gonna be the jungler for the side of the Philippines. I completely forgot about the Kimmy. We've seen it earlier. Brunei has used this as their gold laner, but now I feel like the Philippines, they wanna use this Kimmy, a double it's a glass cannon composition if ever they do decide to get the Kimmy. That's a Clint double marksman setup, Clint and a Kimmy if ever they do decide to go for that. But I feel like a Barretts will be very difficult. Barretts is a great answer to the Paquito, but I'm not so sure how well it would do, especially since there's a
Lilia,
in the
yeah.
picture. It's going to be hard for this Barretts, but
We
yeah,
will
just gonna go
see.
for it.
Another aggressive mid laner on the side of the Philippines as they picked up Veil once again, which worked for them perfectly in the previous game, as they also pick up this Barretts. And as we experienced in the last few series, Barretts actually had a hard time against Lilia.
Yeah, definitely the bombs. There's the slows, and there's not to mention there's also the stuns coming in from the Lilia's bombs. The stuns also coming in for the Hylos, and if Brunei does get this Estes, it's going to be a pain in the neck for the Philippines to actually deal or dish out damage here for their side. But it's going to be.
Rookie. Rafaela.
Rafaela would be good. Additional movement speeds. It's a given that they already have in Hylos. I feel like Rafaela would be good also with their composition. So it confirms the fact that this is a Paquito jungler.
Paquito jungler with that Rafaela support, or no, Rafaela.
Or not unless it's a
Plus
Hylos
five.
jungler. Actually, it's a very viable option as well. But you know, looking at the composition here, it is going to be the Hylos EXP lane, and we have the
EXP lane on the
Paquito
Hylos, yeah.
jungler for the side of Brunei. I still kind of understand why the Philippines got the Barretts. It's a great answer to the Paquito jungler. So even out ball game, the only problem here that Choco has for this Barretts is how to deal with the damage coming
Lilia.
from the Lilia.
Yes.
Exactly.
And as we enter the land of the dawn, any final thoughts on this game?
Still, I feel like the Philippines, it's a different gameplay. Definitely a different gameplay. Yes, they have the heroes that they had in the first game. You have the Veil and you have the Matilda, but this is gonna be very different since there's an Eden in the picture. So I'm gonna be seeing a lot of ejectors, a lot of initiations as well for the Philippines. But let's not forget the fact that Brunei does have the sustain with this Rafaela, does have the mobility with this Rafaela as well. So it's just gonna be a matter of execution here for these two teams.
Even as we enter the laning phase, we see an early poking here on the side of Matilda, poking that Lilia and that Rafaela along with that Veil.
And taking a look at our matchups when it comes to the lane, I feel like this is gonna be the first time actually I'm seeing an Edith going up against a
Against
Hylos.
Hylos, yeah, I agree.
Yep. But definitely Edith up against a Hylos that has the Ring of Order this early on. it's gonna be an even ball game. But you know what? In terms of the gold lane, you have the Clint and the Beatrix. It's just a matter of pokes, okay? Who can poke harder? Who can actually send the hero back to the base as fast as possible? They're gonna be winning that trade. Yep, it seems like Brunei is winning this gold lane trade actually, with the help of this Rafaela.
With the help of the Rafaela, yeah.
Yep.
And as we can see here early on, Barrett still farming in the mid lane as Rafaela continues to support that Beatrix, their main damage dealer, as a 3-man rotation will be seen here on the side of the Philippines as Rafaela will escape. Good escape on the side of that Rafaela as Paquito still continues to go right after that buff. Matilda trying to get to that Rafaela. Paquito still focusing on that buff. Will Paquito engage in the bot lane as Lillian now engages with Matilda. Matilda going right after that. What an amazing clash. I am lost for words. Everything's just happening so fast as Paquito still tries to go right after that Barrett. Disengages, and wow. Both teams are now being so disciplined. Brunei really learning from the past mistakes on that first game, trying to have patience and discipline when clashing against the Philippines. Wow, I think this will be a long game.
Yeah, nice save there by Choco. It was actually supposed to be Dokpin who would have been the first casualty here for the Philippines, but right now, after that reset, I feel like it's going to be Brunei taking in this turtle. A slight delay for the Philippines. Glorious pathway here for our high loss as the entire team of Brunei is here, and this is what you get if you have a Paquito. You can go on for the full aggression. Fortunately enough, there is no casualties here for the Philippines. A little bit more of a sustain this time for Brunei.
The aggression coming from that high loss Paquito and Rafaela. Such a deadly combination, and as you mentioned, this is what you would expect if you have that Paquito core. Brunei, despite losing the first game, still not afraid to initiate those clashes early on as we approach the 3-minute mark.
3-minute mark and still no casualties here. And if we take a look at their items, it seems like we still can't see what they're building at this point. I mean, I have an initial idea what the players are building, but definitely it's not gonna look good here for Kirk. Here comes the onwards. Here comes the stunts from our Hylos. But look at the sustain and the damage output. But the first blood goes to Brunei this time.
But actually, despite that Edith dying, it bought so much time on the side of the Philippines as they try to engage here in the blue buff. Barrett's continuing to clear out the jungle from Brunei as he was able to not let this Paquito get his blue buff. Still actually trying to micromanage that Paquito.
You know what? I feel like Choco is going to act as a semi-tank here. I mean, the only tanky hero here is... Matilda, yeah, already with the tanky items. But it's going to be Choco and Kirk here. That's going to be the tanky ones for the Philippines. So you're going to expect a lot of initiations coming in from Kirk as well as Choco. Here comes Hajinity with the wombo combos from our Paquito. But unfortunately, it is going to be a Barrett you're up against. It's not going to be easy to take down as Brunei on the full aggression here on the bot side for the gold lane.
And as Brunei gets good position here in the turtle lane. They start off this turtle lane. Only Clint and Matilda here present on the side of the Philippines as they continue to burst down this lord. Who will get this turtle? I believe it will fall in the hands of Paquito as Paquito still tries to go for that Matilda. Matilda doesn't care. He believes he will... circling eagle on that Paquito to no avail. Vale going right after that Rafaela as Rafaela goes down. Matilda will go down in hand. No! You're popping that ult. Matilda was able to escape as Choco goes right after that Paquito, finishing off by Vale. What a good counter clash on the side of the Philippines despite Brunei getting that turtle. Philippines was able to respawn quickly, getting double kills. So I think it was still worth it on the side of the Philippines as they maintained a 2-point gold lead here in the 5-minute mark.
I really have to commend the position here of Rage. It's so on point. You see how he was kiting the members of Brunei, getting that double kill, also securing in that genius wand as well. Glorious pathway here on the top side as the Philippines is still winning that trade. Right now, they have the answer to the first blood here of Brunei. Choco going to deny agility from that purple buff as they continue to push forward. And it seems like Philippines, they will be rotating to the top side as our Hylos or Yum is actually pushing forward here.
At the 5-minute mark, we are already seeing a certain Ube strategy on the side of the Philippines as 4 players rotate all together as they try to push this tier 1 tower in the top lane.
Yep, seems like a switch up here from the Philippines and Brunei when it comes to the lanes. As you can see, it's already Kirk on the bot side clearing out the waves, but he will have to deal with Yum as well as, sorry, it's Kyrian rather, and Dahl here on the bot side. Stunts are already here, but this is Kirk. This is an Edith that you're talking about. It's not gonna be easy to burst this hero down.
The sustainability of that Edith by Kirk actually still even standing, taunting the side of Brunei as Matilda goes right after that Lilia and that Hylos. Hylos nowhere to go but out. And yeah, that Edith, I couldn't get over the fact that that Edith stood in front of the Matilda, of that Beatrix, and of course that Rafaela. The sustainability of their XP laner is impeccable.
Yep, if you take a look at the items that Kirk actually secured, it was the dominant side, but here comes the glorious pathway flicker out as well for Yum just to escape Choco and Dogman. Right now, the lanes are looking really good for the Philippines. This is slightly slower or a slower paced game than what we've seen in game number 1, which was an absolute domination, by the way. Right now, it's slightly slower, but still the Philippines, very calculated moves coming in from them.
From the first 5 minutes, that glorious pathway was used to initiate, but now used to escape as Edith tries to bring down that Beatrix. Beatrix will fall down in the hands of that Edith. Barrett's continuing his attack on that Hylos. Hylos will be stunned by that Edith. Paquito going right after the backline. Vale will take down that Lilia as Rafaela and Hylos continues to back off. Clint finishing that Paquito off. What a 3-for-none trade on the side of the Philippines as they take down the tier 1 tower in the mid lane.
The key word for the Philippines in this game number 2 is slowly but surely. And once again, you know what? The positioning here of Rage is just so on point. Like every time there's a clash, you won't notice Rage, okay? You won't notice Rage, but he's just kiting the members of Brunei. That's why the Philippines they're able to get the kills that they want, taking down a GZ in the process as well as Kopi. I also have to commend the positioning here of Kirk, but I'll be speaking too soon. Dogman is able to escape those ultimates popped in by Brunei. Daytona's welcome.
Daytona's welcome on that Beatrix. Good initiation on the side of that Matilda with a circling eagle as they bring down the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. Hylos continues going out that Barret. Glorious pathway will be popped up, but Hylos will focus his damage on that Matilda. Matilda goes down, but Edith goes right after that Paquito. Will the damage be enough to take down that Paquito? Paquito will go down in the hands of Edith thanks to that damage by that Flit as Hylos will fall down as well in the side of Philippines. As you mentioned, we don't see that Veil in the map, but the good positioning of that Veil. Actually, I just get surprised that Veil pops out of nowhere and does amazing damage on the side of the Philippines. What an amazing position by that Veil.
Yeah, we haven't seen that one-hit delete Veil combo just yet in this game, but the way he's kiting the members of Brunei, it's just so fun to watch. He already got the Holy Crystal as well. Take a look at the damage, already chunking in Hajizi to half HP. Holy Crystal, genius one. That is enough to dish out the magic damage output that the Philippines want. And right now, it's an 8k gold lead for the Philippines. And from here on, I feel like this Edith is working so well. And if you guys are new to Mobile Legends, if you guys are new to this hero, this is a tank / marksman. Okay, gone are the days where you see Layla. Gone are the days where you see like other marksman heroes being used as tank. This is the legit tank marksman. Not the first one in the game, but definitely the newest one and the most viable one in the current meta.
As they take down the tier 2 tower in the bot side top lane. Edith going right after that. Lilia will pop off that ult. And now Philippines will take down the tier 2 tower in the top lane, focusing their attack on that Paquito. Circling eagle on that Paquito. Paquito will be stunned but will escape thanks to that Rafaela. Hylos is stunned in the mid lane. What an amazing escape on the side of that Paquito thanks to that Rafaela as Vale tries to pop his kill on the attack. And I don't even know what's happening anymore. Philippines are so mobile. They're all over the place.
Yep, they still have this Lord as well, and right now this is another possible fast Lord's pathway here. But look at the damage coming in from Rage! It's so beautiful to watch!
You asked for that!
Yeah, I asked for that. They take down the inverter tower on the bot side as well as the mid side. Philippines, once again, not as fast of a game like what we saw earlier. It was just tower dives after tower dives, but this time Philippines a little bit more calculated, but still very on point.
You had one hit, the Ray heard you and gave you a performance with that amazing set, catching 3 players in off guard right now as Matilda tries to go for that Paquito. Barrett's reinforcing that circling eagle by that Matilda. Paquito will go down in the hands of that Barrett as what is happening? Vale going right after that Beatrix as well as that Lilia. Barrett continuing his attack on that Rafaela. Rafaela will go down, and now the Philippines will go down. Will go for that GG push as Hilux will go down. Rafaela, the only remaining player for the side of Brunei, as the Philippines complete that GG push, securing a 2-0 sweep in this Razer Invitational Southeast Asia tournament.
My oh my, the Philippines with the statement game for this very first day. And let's take a look at the post-game results, of course, brought to you by the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. And if you take a look at the stats, it was just Toshi. It was not just Rage. It was also Toshi actually kiting the members here of Brunei. Just, poking at the members of Brunei to the point that, you know what? They're thinking, okay, maybe we should deal with Kirk first as the Edit, or maybe we should deal with Choco first since he's the jungler. But how can you deal with Choco and Kirk if there is Rage and Toshi in the backlines just poking at you? And at the same time, you can't really go near them. It's just Dogman in the front lines providing shields for the entire team, and not to mention how tanky Choco and Kirk is at this point. And if Kirk does decide, if you decide to take down Kirk at that point, it's gonna be pointless. He's just gonna set you up for another trap of the Philippines.
And even with that speed boost coming from that Rafaela, the circling eagle for that Matilda continues to hunt for escaping heroes. As we saw in the last clash, Paquito was actually about to be saved, but Matilda with that circling eagle finishing off the jungler for the side of Brunei. That was an amazing game. Back to you, DK.
You know what, Dengan? I feel like you're at a loss for words. Same for me. It was just the Philippines. They know their winning condition, okay? It was just Rage and Toshi. They just needed to have that proper positioning to be able to kite the members of Brunei. And as for Brunei, they just had a very difficult time. Yes, they had to sustain, but they didn't know who to deal with first. Was it Choco? Was it Toshi? I mean, that's the biggest question. Who do you deal with first? Kirk, Toshi? Pick your poison. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on. That's why you see every time that the Philippines and Brunei, they go on for a clash, it's just super messy. But the Philippines, they know their winning condition is to take down Hajinity, or maybe even the gold laner here of Brunei. That was just the case. Selected target attacks for the Philippines. That's why they were able to win in all the clashes. But that's about it for today in Gun. I had a blast here celebrating Valentine's Day with Razer. Once again, we'll be right back tomorrow for more action. But right now, I feel like our lovely host still has a lot more to say, or a lot more reminders to give you guys for the Razer Southeast Invitational. Back to you, Aya.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Ingen and VK, for that very vibrant casting right there. I feel like there's so much energy and there's so much that went on with the last match, and everybody was just hyped up and just kept cheering for their teams and never losing that hope. And apparently, Philippines is triumphant for our final series. But of course, this is not the end of the Razer C Invitational 2022. We still have a lot more in store for you for the following days. We'll be back here same time, same place. So can we check out the day one recap from our casters? All right, so as for
all right.
So what happened for day one? Can you guys give us a summary of everything, especially for those who just came in and who just want to get in the loop of what went on or what went down for day one of the Razer Invitational?
Well, it was a clean sweep from the Philippines. It's a 2-0. Well, that's the latest update from our games. And taking a look back at what happened earlier on, we had also Brunei and Laos. A lot of comebacks for today between Brunei and Laos. Quite an upset for them. And for the very first game, maybe you can enlighten me here, Ingan. It's such a very jam-packed day. So maybe you can give me a glimpse of what happened in the very first series.
It's indeed a long game, a long day, but I believe, what was the first series again, if I remember it correctly? Was it between Myanmar and Cambodia, right?
Myanmar and
Myanmar
Cambodia.
and Cambodia. That series was actually the only close series in today's event, as both teams bounced back from losses. Both teams utilized their momentum, securing both wins and giving them 1 point each in the scoreboard of this tournament.
Yeah, but we've seen epic comebacks. We've seen dominating gameplays for today. I feel like tomorrow we'll be seeing something different. I mean, the first day you want to be explosive. I feel like a lot of the players from all of the regions, they want to be explosive, and they did that very well today. We've seen Brunei, we've seen Myanmar, we've seen Laos, we've seen the Philippines, and tomorrow you'll be seeing more of the other regions as well from Southeast Asia.
And that is right. Thank you so much for filling us in. And once again, thank you to everybody who supported the live stream. We'll be back here same time, same place, right?
Yep, same time, same place tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken.
Wait, before I move on, how are your voices so far, guys? How are your voices?
I don't know. I mean,
Intense.
I'm doing the analysis part, so I feel like you gotta ask Ingan about that.
You
Are
have
you
to
doing-
ask BK as well, because BK actually casted yesterday for another tournament, and she actually casted also earlier this day before the Razer Invitational. So between me and BK's been using her voice up a lot for the past
I love
few
how
days.
you get back to me, but you know what? Just to give you guys an idea, yes, I casted yesterday the entire day. I also casted this morning for 2 hours, and I went straight here to the Razer Invitational. And how's my voice? I've been talking for hours the entire day. So if you want to date me,
Obviously.
you won't be at a loss for words, okay? If you want to date me,
Ah,
so there
no,
you go.
You'll
The
be the one who
bars
wouldn't have words anymore.
Yeah, but you know what? I feel like it just really comes with the passion. I love the game so much. I love
That's
casting
true.
the game. I feel like if you love what you're doing, you won't feel like you're working.
That's
Yes,
true.
I'd agree. And actually, as a first-time shoutcaster, I was actually, I felt alive for the past few days. I was so down, but after shoutcasting with the one and only Burger Kim, and of course being hosted by Miss Aya as Maria, I feel so alive. Razer brought life back into me. This was an amazing tournament.
Wow.
Amazing series, fight, clash after clash. What an amazing turn of events for day one of the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia.
And it's such an honor to be part of this Razer C Invitational, of course. Thank you so much. Razer by Gamers and for Gamers, sanctioned by the Sea Games Federation. Also, thanks to you guys for making this event happen. And so, that concludes our day one. That's just day one. We still have like day
exactly.
12, 13.
Looking forward. Definitely
Yes.
looking forward.
Yes, so be back, guys. I hope you guys had a blast. And of course, what I told you, there's still more where that came from. There will be more exciting games within the week, so stay tuned for the upcoming games tomorrow, 3 p.m. here in Team Razer Facebook page. So don't forget to like and follow so that you will be notified. And once again, special thanks to Razer and of course Tier 1 Entertainment for making this tournament possible. That is it for now. Once again, my name's Aya Maria, and also coming from the Philippines, my friendly casters with me, Dengan and Burger Kim, just putting it off the charts today. That was amazing. See you tomorrow, guys. Take a rest. Rest your voice. Drink some Lolo de Medios or something. Or warm water.
Yeah, more water would do the trick, actually. I'm looking forward to tomorrow, but I feel like Ingan, me, as well as you, Aya, we need our rest for today. And after all, I just want to say happy Valentine's Day to everyone here in the live stream. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Happy Valentine's! Aya, Ingen, Burger
Valentine's.
Kim signing out. Bye!
Bye! Oh my god, they all